Hello, welcome to a Thursday edition of the Voice of Ocala, Buddy Martin, with you as we are every weekday from 3 to 6. First 2 hours, of course, news, views, community, special guests, and today we're loaded guests, and 5 to 6 is Buddy Sports Page. Glad to have you with us today. Great guests today on the program. Hope you'll enjoy them. We like to say the Voice of Ocala, we get great guests and mediocre hosts. That's how it goes around here. But glad to be here today. We'll be talking to Brad Rogers, editorial page editor of the Star Banner, on some interesting things that have happened in the last couple of weeks. A lot of news in our community and nationally right now. Kevin Shealy, who is, I hear, moving to my neighborhood, coming to my hood. Kevin, of course, is the CEO of the Partnership Chamber and Economic Development Committee. He'll be here to update us on what's going on. A lot of good news floating out there today. More good news. With the money and the finances and, business and getting a jump start. So we'll get some input from Kevin. I'm going to start calling him Magic because ever since he's come to town, things have started looking up. I don't know what kind of powers he has. Woody Page, we tried to get on last week. We had some communications problems of around the horn, the horn, the Denver Post. Joins us today in the Sports Hour. Also, it's time to talk to Michael Compton. Did you guys read about the OBS sale or knocking them out of the park, man? Maybe it's quoted today. Somebody saying it's the greatest all-time OBS sale. Horses going for a lot of money. That's great news for our economy. And then we'll finish up with fans beer, and we'll talk a little bit about the draft. Lots of stuff on the draft today. We're trying to get it interesting. It's not easy, but we're trying. I want to say, by the way, shout out to Lori and to Alexander and Gary up in Boston today. This is a time when she would normally be on the air. The family's in Boston doing a little medical procedure, not anything terribly serious, but just wanting you to know that we're thinking of you. Hope you get a chance to listen to us and go Alexander. So, excited to tell you about this Great Gatsby program. I went to a meeting today of the group, Save the Marion Theater, and things are really starting to look up on this. May the 10th, mark the date down. It's going to be a fun night. And we're going to be there broadcasting live.
Yeah.
Tom Ingram of the Gateway Bank, and who sponsors Friday, has said, take that sponsorship and take it to the Marion Theater and use our sponsorship to promote the movie. People are going to get dressed up as the Gatsby characters. There's going to be food down there. If you buy a ticket to see the movie in advance, you get free food to go with it. You can hang out and have, beverage of your choice, whatever. And we're going to have old cars out there, a 37 Packard, an old Rolls Royce. People coming up from the villages, taking part in it. It's going to be a really great night, and I hope you'll mark it down.
We're going to be spread out.
You're going to be in Jacksonville, and you're going to be in Ponte Vedra, I should say.
I'm supposed to be in a radio booth broadcasting live. I guess I'm about to take the other set of the other J.
You'll have to take the other operation, and of course you from up there you can also. Well, no, we'll figure that part out. It's not a problem.
I like the JK idea.
I'll be there on Saturday. Don't worry. So I can always bring it with you when I come.
You're coming to the Saturday sports. You're going to make a Saturday.
Probably will. That'll be quite a double on it. Doing the Great Gatsby party on Friday and the Players Championship.
You're a man about the world. That's
we'll see how that goes. But anyway, I'll tell you more about that later. We got too much going on to dally around with it today. Some good stories today. Ocala, number 2 in the nation for the biggest decline in unemployment.
Wow.
Number 2, I got that story today from
Workforce doing a good job.
Well, I mean, it's all coming together. I mean, a lot of good economic news, which we'll talk about with both Brad Rogers and Kevin Shealy today. Here's one I kind of found interesting, scary. What they're telling us now, officials in New York, the terrorists plan to quote-unquote party in New York, which meant they were going to try to blow up Times Square. That was apparently on their agenda. That's just coming out today as I'm leaving the house. I'm listening on CNN. The suspect in the boat did not have a weapon. Interesting. And I'm amazed they had over 200 rounds fired at him, right?
Well, they said 200 rounds. Now they've dialed it back to 2 or 3 dozen rounds.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I saw the TV. That's not 2 or 3 dozen. I can tell you that.
That's what they've dialed it back.
Right, somewhere in between, because I can tell you, if you watch that, you'll see there's a lot more than 2 or 3 dozen.
The original shootout, they said over 200 shots were fired.
Okay, well, in that part. But the amazing thing is, and I don't want to make this guy
he still was unarmed.
I don't want to make Joe Hart a hero here at all. But the last thing I want to do, I just want to say, if you look at it from the standpoint of just did to get out of that situation where his brother was throwing bombs at the cops, get in the car, run over his brother, and get out of there, park the car, and elude police on a dragnet, probably the biggest dragnet in the history of Boston, to be able to lose him, elude him, get to that boat, and then survive how many rounds it was, and not die. Hello. Now we find out he wasn't armed, and now all kinds of things go through your mind about, okay, what was this guy doing? Obviously, he's admitted to allegedly that he helped plan it, he's a part of it, and he's a terrorist, and he deserves it. But I'm just thinking about the big brother syndrome here. What happened to this kid? And why did he suddenly turn bad? Or did he suddenly turn bad? I just think it's intriguing. All right. Also, I kind of got a kick out of this. You know, the guy who was the Elvis impersonator?
Yes.
And he also does other impersonations, over 100. He was on CNN yesterday, and he was with Chris Cuomo, and talking about what happened to him. And someone used his identity, apparently. That's why they arrested him.
Right, they took it off social media.
Yeah, so now they got this guy, and kind of a sort of an apology, a mea culpa. Chris Cuomo said, if you want to, I'll give you a couple of minutes to, do an impersonation. So he said, yeah, I'd like to do that. He sings Randy Travis. Pretty good.
Yeah.
He got a spot on national television to promote his business.
Advantage of it.
Right. Just like the guy who uttered the wrong two words in Bismarck in his first night, who got fired, apparently on David Letterman last night.
Right.
Probably wind up famous.
Right. Probably end up with a job somewhere else.
Strange world we live in, isn't it? All right. We'll take a break. Come back. We'll join Brad Rogers of the Star Banner next, right here on the program called The Voice of Ocala.
1378 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
This reprise of Ask the Cops is proudly brought to you by Daniel L. Hightower, PA, lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice since 1976. This listener's question was answered by Chief Greg Graham of the Ocala Police Department.
I was wondering if there's a law to determine who's at fault if you get into an accident, like a fender bender in a parking lot on private property.
The law is no different on private property than it is on a normal roadway. If the parking lot is accessed by the general population, has we elect not to enforce traffic laws on private property, private property crashes on unless it has to deal with an injury or a death or a criminal violation.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida and statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission at the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent deserving clients and recover the maximum benefits they are entitled to by law in a timely manner. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no fees or costs unless a recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower is located at 7 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW-1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, and the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Springs Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for the Community Gazette, a 3-hour show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Come join us with the voice of Ocala, Buddy Martin, in the new old-fashioned bank radio studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, The Source. If you want to avoid getting ripped off and put more money in your pocket, then join me, Clark Howard, every weeknight at 6, right here on WOCA, The Source.
Hey, Larry, nice haircut.
Oh, thanks, Robin. Looks like you had something different done, too.
Yes, I did. Thanks for noticing. I went to Lupe at Merle Norwood on the Boulevard for a fresh cut, some summer highlights, and a facial.
No kidding. That's who I go to. I didn't know she did all that.
She does coloring, waxing, styling, updos, microderms, and she does it all for prices that won't be the bank.
Sounds like you can take the whole family there.
As a matter of fact, I do. Hi, this is Lupe. Let me be your personal stylist. To set up your appointment, call me today, 426-1229.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss. It's Goss and Son Jewelers $1 million diamond and restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event and sale at Goss and Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest free. Ask for details. Save on Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss and Son Jewelers has been Ocala's jewelry headquarters for 64 years. If you love diamonds, do not miss this event. Goss and Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Goss and Son Jewelers downtown on the Ocala Square.
Visit the WOCA website at www.woca.com.
Welcome back to the Voice of College. Joining now on the program. So he gets his headset on, his phone plugged in, his email taken care of, and his editorial ideas written down. He is grabbing the microphone now, and he's about to hear the noises and.
Yeah.
That'd be Brad Rogers. Hi, Brad.
Hi, buddy.
Thanks for joining us today. We've got lots to catch up on, don't we?
It's always my pleasure. Yes, there's a lot going on.
I have to start out with the question of what was your week like last week? You don't have to worry about quite as much of the news, but the chaotic aspect of the newspaper impacts everybody when the news is breaking and things are happening like Boston. And if you're a newsman, and you are, it compels you to pay attention. And so,
absolutely.
What was that like?
But I hate to say this, but I think we're getting like everybody else. I mean, we're kind of getting a little bit used to it, but at the same time, I mean, there was so much uncertainty with that terrorist attack, because we didn't know if it was a foreign terrorist or it was domestic terrorist. know if it was, you know, American radicals or if it was Al Qaeda. I mean, I think that was the thing that everyone know, you know, who was this that was attacking us, and turned out it was something that none of us would have ever imagined, quite frankly. But you know, I read in the paper today somebody shot and killed 5 people in Illinois, and it got about a 2-inch brief in the paper today. 5 people got gunned down. Guy just goes in and kills 5 people. And it
Happens a lot.
Yeah. So, you know, once the initial shock is over, of that there was a terrorist attack, you know, I think we kind of, as, and I think the business is a lot like the American people. I mean, we kind of go about the business of figuring out what we got to do, and you know,
I
hate to say it, but it's got
no, I
a little bit of routine.
I understand, and I'm, you know, I come from that same position in terms of going through 9/11 and not knowing. I think the big difference is that these were not people who were Al Qaeda off the boat, if you're part of
Right,
the phrase.
right,
They were people who were Americanized, and they were in many ways more shocking, but not as impending a threat as if there were a cell there. If there was a whole cell there, then there'd be a lot more concern, apparently.
Absolutely.
And maybe, who knows, there will be some connections, because the latest news today is they say they've learned they were planning to go to Times Square next. That was the plan.
Right.
So, anyway, so those are, I think
I think it's really kind of puzzled me about this is after 9/11, the country all came together. After this doesn't seem to be as much of a unifying event as that was. I mean, there's a lot of criticism. There's a lot of trying to cast blame. Then there's the whole constitutional questions that people are, you know, that, you know, he doesn't need to have his Miranda rights read to him.
Right.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in that point in time, I don't care. I'll be honest with you. At that point, I don't care. I might later because there's a lot of unanswered questions.
Right.
I want somebody apprehended like everybody else.
Right.
And we'll figure out his guilt later. I mean, that's how I feel. If you think the guy's guilty, let's get him someplace in a jail cell. The incredible thing is, and as I said to Tom earlier, I don't want to make this guy a hero by any stretch of the matter, or you give him credit, is the fact that this kid ran through life with fire, got in a car, drove off, dropped the car off, ran away, and eluded biggest drag in the history of Boston for 24 hours or so. And then they apparently fired a lot of rounds in his direction. And I don't know when he got hit. I think he might have got hit earlier, but you don't know. And he survived it.
Right.
That's and now we found he wasn't armed. Right. Which is really another little quirk to the story. Like, okay, now what are we talking about here? So I think that's the thing. The intrigue is exactly who he was, what he was doing there, why he did it, what the story was, etc. Because we're already finding out some things were wrong. CNN found that out pretty easily.
Yeah.
And
that was embarrassing.
Yeah, even the things of some of the witnesses who said the guy who owned the boat said, "Hey, it wasn't the blood. I saw the couple of cushions on the side of the boat dropped off, and I put them there for the winter, and I knew something was wrong, and I began to investigate." So the little details are just emerging. So,
well, I think maybe the cool thing about that whole as you call it, dragnet, is the role of technology played in it.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was ever a lesson in someone's always watching you,
right?
This was it.
Yeah.
And there's
Big Daddy's here.
Mm-hmm. And the technology, which makes it kind of amazing that with all the technology that we have, in this case, proves it, that these guys managed to somehow slip through the cracks. And
that's a whole other story.
That is a whole other story.
I hate to say this, I don't often agree with Lindsey Graham, but I got to tell you what he said today on CNN, and I got to agree with it. He said, "I criticize the Bush administration for their failure in their security and whatever." He said, "And I'm criticizing Obama because we had information on this guy. How can Russia know all about him and we didn't? We had him in these databases, but it didn't surface. What happened? Where's the breakdown?" And at some point, you have to say it's the fault of the administration.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. No question.
To think that the Homeland Security and the FBI are not talking to each other, did we just go through this?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right? Anyway.
Yeah, and the Veterans Administration is going to fast track disability benefit applications too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the checks in the
mail. Sometimes there's government's just too big for its own.
It is.
For everyone's.
It is. Yes, it is. Let's shift gears for a second.
Okay, good.
A lot of good good news because we talked a lot about that. But I just, from a newsman standpoint, you have a newsman's mind, like to pick your brain and change thoughts.
Okay.
Let's talk about Monroe Regional Hospital. The result ended in not the way we wanted it to, either you or I,
Right.
but it did end. And now the group from Shands, HC Shands, is that right? With how to,
Shands HMA.
what, HMA, I'm on HMA. Anyway, Shands.
Health Management Association.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get that
Right.
down exactly. But anyway, so the deal is 200 million,
12.
of course, and $1 million to interfaith. Somebody negotiated. Okay, I don't know who, but somebody did.
Right.
I'm hopeful it was a trustee or someone said, "How can I make this more palatable?" And let's face it, it was a tip. You know, of course, but you know what? I don't care. It's $1 million toward going to a cause that is worthy.
Right.
If it's going to be out there, let's take it and use it. And another $500,000 as well, which they put out there. So, so let's just put it like this. Despite your feelings and my feelings about what happened, the deeds done and the community is $1 million richer from that standpoint. And the part that intrigues me is we had the Frank DeLuca donation just a few weeks ago to the YMCA. So my theory is we're breaking out in a generosity around here with a lot of $1 million checks. So give me your thoughts about that and talk about your feelings about Monroe now that it's been done.
Well, you know, let's talk about the 212 million. It is you know, the thing about that 2 million, it isn't like it's like found money. It's like hitting the lotto. Because it isn't like the taxpayers of Marion County have been pumping tax dollars into Monroe. I mean, Monroe has been growing and prospering and expanding and being a top 100 hospital year after year without tax support. Now, while it's owned by the taxpayers of Marion County, they've really not had to put a whole lot into that. $212 million. It was interesting. I was sitting at home Saturday night and I got a call from a group of financial advisors, investment guys here in town. Happened to be all together for a cocktail party, and they got to talk about Monroe. They wanted to pick my my brain about it, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, it's going to be like the Oklahoma land rush when that money becomes available, because they're getting that $212 million in a lump sum. It isn't coming through a little bit each year. I mean, they're getting it pretty much.
Yeah, everybody's got their hand out.
And so, I mean, how many towns in this day and time get a $212 million windfall that they really had to put nothing into?
Especially a town of our size. We're not too many people.
I mean, huge windfall. And the trick is going to be managed properly. If it's managed properly, it can serve this community well for a generation or more.
What do they say?
They just want to know how to get their piece of it.
Yeah, but they don't have any ideas. So of course, they all got their hands out. Naturally.
Well,
It's okay.
You know,
It's business. I'm not saying
I'm
evil.
you know, I always say I'm an old country newspaper editor, but knowing how to manage money in this day and time well, if it's managed without the purpose of someone making a profit, it isn't rocket science. I mean, Marion County Commission for Fault Mouthing has tens of millions of dollars sitting in the bank because David Ellspermann manages it really well. And he doesn't have it in a little local bank. He's got it in global banks, and it moves around the globe every day, wherever it can make enough money. And so, how to do it? Everyone knows how to do it. The trick's going to be keeping the politics out of it, and the trick's going to be keeping too many hands out of the cookie jar and keeping it protected so it can serve the community. Now, in terms of what I think about HMA, one of the problems that Duke Life Point had that no one ever brought out was, the deal was for a 40-year lease. And at the end of 40 years, they had conditions. Well, in the HMA deal, it was the hospital district who would determine whether to renew the lease, the 40-year lease. The Duke Life Point, they wouldn't concede to that. They wanted to be the ones to decide whether they were going to continue for the next 40 years. And that, why that never really it never came out. That was a deal breaker. So really, when it came down to it, HMA really was your choice. you know, I got a letter which I'm running in Sunday's paper from someone who was deeply involved in it, and it made a great point. You know, maybe people like you and I didn't get our way from the outset, but by golly, we made our opinions known. And Alan Levine from HMA, he heard us.
He did.
And that's going to pay dividends for this community.
Kind of like a democracy, isn't it?
Yep. It's funny how you know, you said the last time I was on here, people don't have conversations anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We had a hell of a conversation about Monroe.
Mm.
And Alan Levine listened. And of course, you know, the proof will be in the pudding, obviously. But, you know, he's gone on the record paper saying, hey, we're going to listen to the community. So it'll be interesting to see.
We're watching you.
Yeah, I think, you know, my question that nobody can ever answer for me is, if this hospital is in such bad shape, how did we get such a great deal? Because I can't find any other deals that were anywhere comparable to this. I mean, they paid a pretty price. I mean, for Duke Life going to come in at the last hour and offer $60 million, I mean, extra. I mean, $60 million is a lot of money. And for HMA to come with $1 million out of the, you know, basically out of the blue for Interfaith, and I love Interfaith. I'm just kind of curious how they picked Interfaith.
I think somebody, I don't know why either, but somebody,
I mean,
board, we're going to get the money to somebody, some organization is going to do the most good for whatever. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not sure either. But you know, there are people on that board who really love Interfaith, and I do too, by the way.
I do too.
But nonetheless, I know Carl Grimsey's very happy. She will be on the show next week. She's in my thing.
Yeah.
But let's talk for just a second before we go to break about money in general, about what, about agendas, because it fits into what we're going to talk about after the break.
Okay.
Which is when you talk about a group of people, when you get money in the game,
right,
it all changes.
Right.
When you have agendas, it all changes.
Right.
You can have a group of with pure motives.
Right.
And as soon as those elements are introduced in the room, everything changes.
Oh.
And I can tell you for sure, because I mean, you've experienced, so have I.
Right.
And now we have this issue somewhat at Silver Springs.
Right.
And I even had to a certain extent, was say, the Marion Theater some degree.
Right.
Because now it's not no longer it's a business.
Right.
So when you get money, it's a game changer. It's something about our personnel, our characters change. Not that it's all evil. It's just it changes, and that's the unfortunate part about it. But I want to get back with you after the break and talk about specifically about the Silver Springs project, because you and I talked about with a little bit of a difference of opinion last time on the show. I don't think I totally understand what you said, and I know you didn't understand what I said completely, because I want to make sure you understand where I was coming from on the situation. And I feel like in the same way, sort of, Silver Springs will turn out like Monroe did, because of the conversations that were taking place in some regard.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'll explain to you after the break. All right? The break, Brad Rogers, editorial page editor of the Star Banner, is our sometimes guest. Always glad to have him. Glad to have him back. We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk more about what about Silver Springs? How does things change and now the state hasn't, and how will it turn out in the end? Or later on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And so is State Farm agent Angie Lewis, working hard to serve her community as a citizen and insurance agent. Angie wants to help you as you adjust your insurance needs to your life. Everything to help educate your teen driver, to protecting your family against everyday risks. She wants to change the way you perceive insurance by developing relationships with their clients, which is why Angie and her staff are proud to be a part of so many good causes in Ocala. In turn, she has chosen to single out those who step up as leaders. Each month on the Voice of Ocala, Angie spotlights a good neighbor, saluting those who give exceptional service or do random acts of kindness to others. For this, Angie was written up in State Farm's national magazine. Also support local businesses with their regular biz buzz. The Angie Lewis State Farm agency is located at 1122 Northeast 36th Avenue, where visitors are always welcome and the coffee pot is always on. Call your good neighbors State Farm agent today, Angie Lewis, at 294 2444.
Hello, I'm Dawn Lovell, lead event designer and owner at Party Time Rentals. Have you ever wondered what it takes to make an event spectacular? Well, look no further. It's what we do every day, whether you're hosting an intimate dinner for 10 or a for thousands. At Party Time Rentals, we find just the right style and elegance to make your event a success. inventory of the finest in chandeliers, tents, crystal, china, and specialty items is featured in our fabulous showroom. Stop by and say hello. It's a great way to get ideas for an event and experience for yourself how you can make your party time special.
Party Time Rentals, located on Southwest 10th Street, just off Route 200 in Ocala, and off Southwest 4th Street in Gainesville. For more information, call 352-629-8858. That's 352-629-8858. The party begins at party time.
Next, AM Ocala Live. Robin and I will be speaking to Judy Colella. She lived in foster care as a child, and she's coming on to talk to us about her experience.
Open for debate, where you get to choose the topic.
And then Brad Borisman and Josh Verdon will be here from Ocala Aviation Flight School, telling us what it takes to become a pilot.
Homer S. Townsend is the executive director of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He will be enlightening us about what they do for our veterans.
Then it's Ocala Magazine Radio with your host, John Sotomayor, the executive editor of Ocala Magazine.
Rabbi Yossi Hecht will be in the studio. He's the rabbi of the Chabad Lubavitch Jewish Center of Marion County. He'll be speaking about their celebration of Leg Bomer.
And then Regina Bergoni is coming on. She's the food director for Family Circle Magazine.
Terry Johnson is the founder of the legendary group, the Flamingos. He will be speaking about their performance this coming Saturday at the Circle Cultural Center. The Flamingos were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
All that plus fun with Joe on the next AM Ocala Live right here on the Source WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
Keep up with what's going on in the downtown area with Ocala Downtown Newspaper, delivering thousands of newspapers to businesses in the downtown area. Ocala Downtown is there to keep you informed. They even have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs. And all we ask in return is that you tell them where you heard about it. It's simple. For more info, just call Tom's Picks, 352-804-1223, and pick up your copy of the Downtown Ocala newspaper today. Now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
Brought to you by Fuller and Fuller Attorneys at Law. On the air every Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. with John Fuller, a board-certified civil lawyer for over 25 years. John welcomes your questions from business to complex family matters to legal disputes. So tune in every Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. for Legally Yours with John Fuller, right here on WOCA
1370 AM and 96.3 FM, The Source.
You've got a garden and we've got a show for you called You've Got a Garden with your host, Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin. Carol Ann answers your questions about your flowers, your veggies, your grass, your trees, even questions about your bugs. And she's only on WOCA, so don't miss Carol Ann Baldwin. And You've Got a Garden each Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on WOCA, The Source.
I'm back with Brad Rogers, editorial page editor of the Star Banner. Before we get into the question on the money and the Silver Springs issue, whatever, you had an editorial this morning about paddling. We had a guest on from the school board yesterday. And she said she supported it for, she said 80% of the people, the parents, they rather have a child paddle than sent home, and obviously she says it worked for her.
Well, then have out of school suspension, but
yes, out of school suspension. Well, I mean, but same thing, sending them home.
no, you can be sent home and be allowed to come back the next
Well,
day. She's saying like for a whole week, the parent, they might be working or something, but the kid has to stay. He can't come to school.
Well, that's sending them home. That's my view of that. But just matters of semantics. Anyway, so and she said she's got not one single reaction, negative reaction from it, and you have a different view.
I don't think it's a good idea. Just take the paddling equation out of it. We spend millions of dollars a year on experts who are education, behavioral, and childhood experts in the school system, and I can't find one of them who says, "Oh yeah, we got to go out there and paddle the kids." That's a to do.
Mm-hmm.
So the school board just decided to not. Three of the school board members decided that those people didn't know what they were talking about, and they're all smarter than the administration or all the research that's been done. And you know, I mean, no, it's not a good idea. It makes us look like a Baptist town. It's not effective. I didn't see any criteria on how they're going to decide who gets paddled, who doesn't get paddled.
Well, they can't get paddled if your parents are approved.
Well, but okay.
I mean, I'm just saying,
Okay, once you get parent gives your approval, I mean, then how do you decide this one's gets
once a semester? And I'm just giving you what she said. She said, and usually once is all it takes. She said.
The one semester thing's weird to me, if I could interject, because like, so are they supposed to write down everything bad this kid's done all semester, and if he reaches a certain amount of bad stars, he gets whooped? Like, that doesn't make sense.
I would guess there should be certain things you can't do in school. Just like when I got in trouble in school and got whacked once, and you got in trouble in school and got whacked once. I don't know if you. Brad was probably an angel.
So if he does that thing,
you know I was.
He gets spanked.
Still am.
But if he does that thing later next week, since it's the same semester, he can.
Well, at a certain point, he has to be kicked out if he keeps doing it.
Right.
So.
I got spanked when I was a kid, but I don't ever remember my father hitting the board. I don't ever remember my father hitting
I got hit with a switch a few times. And his hands.
I never got hit with a board.
You ever get a belt?
I got a belt once.
Behind, of course, with the clothes on, naturally. But
right, but
the belt is usually the hardest.
I never got hit with a board. My grandfather was a bit of a horse whisperer and was a horseman. And one of my great memories of my grandfather was we were at a horse show, and somebody was having trouble with a horse, and the guy grabbed a 2x4 and he hit that horse. My grandfather always carried a whip, and he just tickled the horses with to make them. And I remember him horse whipping that guy for hitting that horse with a 2x4. He just wanted that guy to know what it felt like to get whipped. And I mean, I just have a funny feeling about the pulling. And when my son went to elementary school, went to Shady Hill first day in, I told the assistant principal, you do whatever you got to do to discipline him, treat him like you would your own. He says, well, I can't paddle unless you sign a release. I signed the release. My son never got sent to the office while he was in school. So again, I was one of those parents who was engaged and who was involved in his.
But now you wouldn't do that.
No.
Okay. What changed your mind?
Well, would I sign the thing? Yeah. What changed my mind is I realized that the threat of paddling really had nothing to do with my son being a good kid.
But had he not been a good kid, it would have been a different issue. Because there are some kids.
Had he been not a good kid, I wouldn't have been at school with him probably, and I probably wouldn't have had that conversation with the assistant principal, and I would have never signed the waiver.
Okay. Anyway, that's the subject that could be a whole show. But I just thought it was kind of interesting. I just want to get your views on it since you wrote the editorial today. Back to the subject of Silver Springs. We had a discussion last time you were here. We had let's say a healthy debate about what happened to the venues and who should be the vendors at Silver Springs. And my position on it was I don't want to see somebody from out of town come in and reap all these benefits and take the money and put it in a truck and send it out of town. And your
I think that's a good point.
Your position was we don't necessarily have to go have a good old boy system where we give people the jobs and business because they're friends of the county commission, etc. We all know that's wrong as well. So I think we're talking about different things.
We really agree more than like 90%.
Yeah, and I think my biggest concern was is that they're just going to come in there and put a bunch of people and park rangers in there, have 4 or 5 places that you can come and spend money, and then they're going to take that money to the vendor and give it to them and leave town. That was my and give 5 people jobs. That's what I'm going to see happen. So now, how does that change? See, today's story is Marion County is not on the list of vendors, and not doesn't want a man to be a concessionaire.
I think it changes. I think that changes it a lot.
For the better or for the worse?
I'm not sure. I'm with you. I mean, buddy, I agree with you. I think it's a great point that if we're going to have someone running those concessions out there, it'd be nice to have local people running them.
Or at least a mix.
Right. I don't want the money getting in a car and going down to Brevard County or to Citrus County or to Hillsborough County. I don't.
No.
You and I, we don't. I don't want that. But at the same time, I don't want 4 people getting rich, giving a bunch of minimum wage jobs and saying, "Oh, look what I'm doing for economic development in county. We've had enough of that.
Yeah.
So, we really agree. I think that the county being out of it is a concessionaire.
It's a good thing.
One of the things that this whole discussion about Silver Springs brought out, and you went to those DEP hearings, and I went to those DEP hearings, and I don't think there was any question people wanted the state running that park, and it wasn't because it wasn't.
You got to distinguish there. You got to understand. There's two groups of people there. They're divided. There's a group of particular people, and by the way, I agree. I want the springs cleaned up first, without question. There are people who that was their only agenda. That's what they wanted to do.
Right.
And I think the difference is that that group sat on one side of the room and said, pardon my French, screw the other part of this. We just want our part back so we can go take canoeing in it. You know what I mean? And there's the other part which economic development, which is the piece that never got talked about.
Well, they won't talk about it.
I know.
As you read the story today,
correct.
The state won't talk about it. The local group that supposedly has this great idea won't talk about it. In the meantime, there's rumors all over the place that they want to put a hotel on the park property, to which one public official said, "Oh, it's not a hotel; it's an ecotourism lodge." And I'm like, "Really?"
I've never heard that statement.
I know, but I'm saying
there's all kind of rumors. Well, yeah, I mean, well, of course, in a room full of people, you have 50 different ideas.
But you know what? I don't think that the state's going to let an ecotourism lodge be built up.
Well, I mean, there's other property, not just the state. I'm saying there's other property where you can build a hotel. That's not on Silver Springs Park property.
No, they're talking on the park property. They're talking about.
I don't know about that.
That's what I was told.
I would be in favor of putting something like a video school for Discovery Channel come in there and have an internship program, and let have it make a laboratory.
You want to have a Springs Research Center? I think it'd be fabulous.
Be great. I mean, that's used for education.
Crystal River on Kings Bay, they got a magnet school, a science magnet school out of their spring.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So, I don't propose to that, but anyway.
Well, anyway, so I think what we all want, what I think we live in fear of, what I live in fear of, I say live in fear, what I'm concerned about is that we end up with a bunch of park rangers out there with 4 little things they have in a concessionaire from Jacksonville who gets all the money from this, and and hires 9 people to run it with the Rangers, and that's it. That's the plan. And I think the whole venue of ecotourism is something you have to address at some point. And that requires the state and the federal government at some point. You know what it's like to have people to talk to each other? Government agencies, as we found out again, don't talk to each other. And you got the state not talking, not even knowing about their own state park plan out there, but the 5,000, they don't even know about it.
Right.
And you've got the 450,000 acres of whatever it is, of the national forest, which the government's got, federal government's got, and they don't talk. So I mean, so who's having that conversation? Like you said earlier, we had a terrific conversation in Monroe. You did. You had a great dialogue in the paper.
Right.
We picked it up what we could hear on Monroe.
And that's where I was going to go. But you know what Monroe had? Monroe had Stan Hansen, and had Dyer Michelle, and it had a handful of well-heeled, well-connected, well-informed people who formed, frankly, they formed a pack. What was it? Hometown Healthcare?
I don't know.
I think it was called Hometown Healthcare. And
well, maybe that's what we need for the service.
They did exactly, and they made sure they were heard. They did mail outs. They did polling. They did the whole shebang, and yeah, it costs a lot of money. But they got a pretty. They may not have won the war, but they.
Right. Well, there's more to go. A lot more to go. We're out of time almost. I'm going to get this real quick, and then we'll finish up on Silver Springs. Let's just say this for 2 minutes. A guy passed named Al Newhart.
Right.
And you're in the business. You kind of have a feel for what you represent.
He's a legend.
And I've read mixed reviews on Al, and he wasn't an enigmatic person. I knew him. I won't say great, but I would call him a friend. I was with him enough to be around him,
right?
Seen him and been with him in hotels and the Waldorf Astoria bar. And no, I mean, I spent a few little. I'm not his best friend,
right.
But I know he's a guy that's controversial. He does some things that have been, out of the box. People criticizing. In the end, what will this legacy say? I want to get your thoughts on that next. So, okay?
Okay.
All right. Brad Rogers, Star Banner editorial page editor. More after this time out on 1370 AM. 96.3 FM WOCA, the source. Every day we hear another story about innovation or about cutting edge technology taking
place right here in Ocala. The power plant, IHMC, Ocala 489. Did you know that important medical research is also being conducted here that may impact hundreds of thousands of people in the country someday? Maybe you've heard the name Renstar, but like so many others, perhaps you didn't realize that Renstar Medical Research is one of the top facilities of kind anywhere in the U.S. There are important research studies being conducted by a highly qualified team of medical experts at Renstar, impacting decisions of major pharmaceutical companies and bringing new drugs to market. And you can be a part of these studies, as so many local people have done and are currently doing. Renstar has conducted more than 500 studies since its inception and would like to extend the opportunity to you to be a part of these cutting-edge programs. Call 877-629-5800 or 352-629-5800 if you'd like to know more. Renstar Medical Research, locally owned and operated in beautiful downtown Ocala. Renstar, seeking tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today. Hi, this is Buddy Martin. I want to tell you about a conversation I had recently with General Manager Pat Murray on the great family atmosphere at the Country Club of Ocala. It's a family first club. Again, we have any number of different types of memberships, but obviously the one that attracts the greatest level of interest is our family. And the reason for that is we have for everybody. I mean, we obviously have a world-class golf course. We have 7 tennis courts here for all levels of tennis players. We have a junior Olympic-sized swimming pool. We have a fitness center that's second to none. We have state-of-the-art equipment in our fitness center. Country Club of Ocala, where the facilities are all a family would ever need. For more information, call today at 352-237-6644. That's 352-237-6644. Country Club of Ocala, proud sponsor of Monday's Gator Report and Gator Talk Thursday right here on the Source.
Phoenix Promotional Solutions, your company's supplier of banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs, where you give them approved artwork by noon. The next day by 4 p.m., you pick up your banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404. That's 368-2404. Don't forget, they do vehicle wraps also. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss, it's Goss
$1 million diamond and restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event and sale at Goss & Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest-free. Ask for details. Save on Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss & Son Jewelers has been Ocala's jewelry headquarters for 64 years. If you love diamonds, do not miss this event. Goss & Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Goss & Son Jewelers, downtown on the Ocala Square.
Stay informed on everything going on in the villages with the Village Spectator newspaper. The Village Spectator is exclusively devoted to the villages with news, commentary, and more. And yet, they have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask is that you tell them where you heard about them. Call Tom's Picks at 804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Village Spectator today.
Now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
All right, a couple of minutes to go with Brad Rogers. Good discussion on everything from the hospital to Silver Springs to some good news today. I'm glad to see the news in the economy. You see probably the story that we're number 2 in the state in the country. According to the USA Today story for unemployment gains.
Right.
Behind, I forget who was first, but we're number 1, so that's pretty good in the country. Number 2 in terms of our unemployment decreasing. However that I say that. Right. That's we read the real estate news story this week.
Right.
That's going on. The OPS has had all-time sale right now.
Crazy, isn't it?
Some things are happening, which is really good. I want to get to the final minute to talk about somebody that I knew, not well, but knew fairly well, and you knew of.
I know of.
Al Newbarth, who, of course, was the father of USA Today.
Right.
And by the way, I keep putting this in the footnote because people keep leaving it out. His springboard was when he went to Brevard County and started Today story in the business, catapulted him up to president of the company. He went on to the story of him founding USA Today, museum, and so on and so forth, etc. Give me your take on Al Newhart.
Well, I didn't know him, but he rose to prominence at a time when I was coming into the business. And I mean, he's the last of the great newspaper barons. He really is the last of the great newspaper.
You're right. He's like Hirsch.
Flamboyant, outspoken, take any risks, not be afraid to say what he thinks. I did find one comment interesting. He said he always just tried to tell the truth and be objective. And it's like, Al Newhart was never objective. If anybody ever had an opinion, it was Al Newhart.
But you know what he did? He let his editors have their freedom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I worked there. I can tell you, he let them have their say.
Well, he was also legendary for he was legendary for letting his people express their opinion.
Right.
Now, he may go ahead and ignore it.
Of course.
But there was rarely was held against you if you disagreed with him.
Right.
And but what he did was and the thing I appreciated as a editor at a medium size in a medium sized city is he recognized the gold mine that small and mid-sized newspapers were and are. For all the downsizing that's happened at the Ocala Star Banner, I mean, we're still a very profitable newspaper, and papers are, and that's why Halifax Media, which now owns us, bought us from the New York Times. I mean, they have the same vision that Newhart had, which was small and medium-sized newspapers are money makers, and they're needed, and they are needed. But he was the last of the newspaper barons, and who was larger than life. And I mean, he was known for living big and talking big and delivering big.
That's exactly right. You said it all right there. Those three things. That's exactly who Al Newhart was right there.
And you didn't want to, frankly, I mean, I worked for the New York Times company. I mean, the New York Times company, when he was big, I mean, nobody wanted to mess with Al Newhart. It's like if he was going into a market, the New York Times company was like, well, there's other markets we can go into.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to get your thoughts on, because some people are saying he was the last of the snake oil salesman and stuff, and I think that you pointed out about the small paper, which I agree with. The only thing worse than a mediocre paper, which is what some people say is a mediocre, is the paper that is not there anymore. You can't ever improve when a paper is dead. So at least to them maybe it's mediocre. To us, small town newspaper people, we're glad to see some of the improvements and have more resources, right?
I agree.
All right, it's been a good almost hour with Brad Rogers again, and I appreciate you coming by and giving us your thoughts, and thanks for what you do for the community.
Oh,
and
thanks.
I know you feel like it's your job, but it's also appreciated, and
I'm lucky.
And well, we're lucky to have you too.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Brad Rogers. All right, coming up next hour, we'll have Kevin Shealy, who's probably turning backflips coming in here with all good economic news. I got to figure maybe he's taking the credit for all this. I got a new nickname for him. It's called Magic. Ever since he's come to town, everything is coming together. So we'll see whether or not, although he is a Louisville Cardinal fan, we'll find out whether or not he takes credit for that next right here on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
Say hello to a bright and shiny, nicer new
newer car today, get a lot more over appraised value for your old car.
Even if you're still making payments straight up to clean up today.
Hurry. Once I get rid of 57 cars, this auto makeover is over. I'm Chris Spears, and I'm a dealer for the people. Visit me at Prestige Auto Sales in Ocala or Bellevue.
Or call 694-1234. See your Prestige.
Hi, this is Buddy Martin. If you have an award or a trophy in your house, there's more than a good chance it came from BJ Trophies Gifts and Awards. At BJ Trophies, Floyd Hirschberger and his staff have a lot more than just trophies. Among the items they specialize in are donor recognition walls and goodies, personalized or engraved gifts, cast bronze dedication plaques, wide format digital printing with posters, banners, and signs, and promotional products. Florida is the official trophy and awards maker for the Voice of Ocala radio show, and is North Central Florida's leader in custom recognition programs, corporate awards, industrial engraving, unique gifts, and advertising specials. When Angie Lewis went shopping for something to award to the winners of her State Farm Good Neighbor Award, she shopped first at BJ Trophies Awards and Gifts. Check them out at 1735 Northeast Jacksonville Road on North Magnolia's Miracle Mile, or call them today at 352-732-2249. BJ Trophies Awards and Gifts. Trophies is just our middle name. If you need a sign or a banner for your yard or your business or your campaign, I'd recommend you go to Signs Unlimited at 318 South Magnolia in Ocala. Screen printing, embroidery, digital graphics. Do what I did when we needed signs for the Save the Marion Theater Group. Go see Vic Buttermore at Signs Unlimited if you want quality work with a fast turnaround from somebody who is deeply committed to his community and always ready to assist. There's a reason Vic slogan is, it's our business to make your business better. Sign up for Signs Unlimited. Call 732-7341 today.
Hi, I'm Fran Tarkenton, former NFL quarterback and member of the Hall of Fame. I know the importance of a game plan. A plan is the key to your success as well. Join me on Common Sense Retirement Planning Sunday at 10 a.m. on WOCA 1370 AM and 96.3 FM The Source. And call us at 855-770-7926 for a free consultation with my financial professional in your area. See you on the radio 10 a.m. Sunday here on WOCA.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss, it's Goss and Son Jewelers $1 million diamond and restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event and sale at Goss & Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest free. Ask for details. Save on to Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss & Son Jewelers in Ocala's jewelry headquarters for 64 years. If you love diamonds, do not miss this event. Goss & Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Goss & Son Jewelers downtown on the Ocala Square.
You wonder why you continue to experience pain? Is your daily routine affected by your body telling you that it hurts? Let us explain why this may be happening to you. Every Wednesday at 11 a.m. on the Head to Toe Care Show, this is Dr. Curry, board certified chiropractic orthopedist at the Curry Medical and Chiropractic Center, available to serve you and answer any questions that you may have. Again, that's on the Head to Toe Care Show every Wednesday at 11 a.m. right here on WOCA, The Source.
You've got a garden and we've got a show for you called You've Got a Garden with your host, Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin. Carol Ann answers your questions about your flowers, your veggies, your grass, your trees, even questions about your bugs. And she's only on WOCA, so don't miss Carol Ann Baldwin, and You've Got a Garden each Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on WOCA, The Source.
WOCA, Ocala.
You're listening to WOCA News Talk 1370. Ocala's source for what's happening in today's hottest, up-to-date news and topics.
Tells police that they didn't intend for the owner of the car that he and his brother Tamerlan stole to escape and call police. It's not often that we see all 5 living U.S. presidents in one place. We did today in Dallas for the dedication of George W. Bush's library. You may not want your kids to become members of the Clean Plate Club. Researchers at the University of Minnesota say forcing children to finish all of their food at every meal may lead to obesity. Is your office a little more crowded than usual? Today is Take Our Daughters and Sons to Work Day. It's designed designed to inspire the future generation of their many career opportunities. Consider this your warning, parents. There's a new Xbox on the way. Microsoft will unveil the latest version of its popular gaming system next month. This is ABC News.
Quite often we find ourselves thinking we should have done things sooner.
I love that we took this vacation.
I know. We should have done this a long time ago.
Sooner is just better than later. And now you don't have to wait till later to own the car of your dreams. Thanks to a surprisingly affordable certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, and with exceptional 1.99% financing on select models, now through April 30th, the dream is more attainable than ever. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning until it meets the uncompromising standards of a Mercedes-Benz. Plus, every one is available with an optional extended limited warranty for up to 7 years or 135,000 total vehicle miles. And now, with 3 months of Sirius XM satellite radio, and your certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz is available only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. Visit today for exceptional financing.
I'm just sick of all the amateur stuff, you know? I mean, like, if I'm paying top dollar, I want a little production value, you know? Like some editing, transitions, something, some music.
Don't worry. We didn't leave you.
He's never gone. That's the whole point. He's never gone.
Our bosses say we gotta stay.
You got the name tag. You're in my world now, Grandma.
But you're sensitive. But you're sensitive.
It's time for the second hour of the voice of ocala.
You ever come across anything like time travel?
Come on, stick around. It's free.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you still win.
I'd like the man said hour to the program called The Voice of Ocala. Our thanks to Brad Rogers, editorial page editor of the Star Banner, for an interesting hour there. Now we got more coming your way just a moment. Kevin Sheely is in the house, and he's must have some kind of great news because he's everywhere he goes. He seems to create it, so we'll talk to him about that. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Woody Page from Around the Horn joins us. We'll talk about what's happening in Denver, the draft, etc., etc. I'm sure Woody will have a few stories to tell. And also Michael horse country. We'll talk about the countdown to the Triple Crown. We'll finish up with Franz Beard, talking about some of the Florida players going to the draft tonight when it starts at 7:30. Meanwhile, welcome back to the program. A guy who hit ground running. Didn't waste a second. He got here, unpacked his bags from Kentucky, Louisville, and off he went. He didn't even have a place to live yet. He must have been living out of his car, I guess, for a couple of days. The next thing I know, stuff starts happening. I don't know if he deserves all the credit. I'm just saying, he hit town and things happen. Make of it what you will. Kevin Shealy, CEO of the Chamber Economic Development Department, and welcome back to the show.
Thank you, man. What an introduction. I need to take you with me.
I can never get that right. I know it's the CP, but I can't. I know it's the econ. I never get the
hey,
right.
You know, what is it? I don't care what you call me as long as you call me for dinner. So as long as I'm here, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I know you've been busy because I see you from time to time. Your shirt tails in the wind, and gosh, I don't want to gush here too much, but there's been so much good news in the last week, 10 days about the economy. Something we haven't had a whole lot of recently in the last couple of years. It's like a man on the desert for a glass of water, and all of a sudden it's happening. And you got to be about that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, we're excited about the news, and we would love to take credit for everything, but we're realists, and we know that, you know, a lot of it's timing. But I think a lot of it, too, talks about what type of community we live in. Yes, we had a hard knocks, we got knocked down, but how this community has rallied back in large part on its own, through its own efforts, and that's exciting to us to know what we have moving forward. So just incredible things, of course, with the news that from USA Today earlier this week. We've been talking about that a lot. You know, hey, that shows a lot, and that's on people's attention. This is the number 2 metro in the nation. When it looks at not only dropping unemployment rate, but there's that corresponding increase in employment, and those two things don't always happen, and so that's really exciting.
And there's key numbers to everything, that being one, unemployment. I without getting to specifics just yet, we'll have time to do that.
Sure.
Give me your early take. How many months you've been here now?
Starting in December.
Okay. So you've been here now 5 months. And what have you learned just generically about ocala that you didn't know, and I mean, good or bad. I mean, give us your overview of ocala now. And you made a great point the first time you were on the air. I said something to you about how are you going to tell about ocala. You said, well, try to sound like Kentucky. People don't know where to look at it on the map, you know, and that was a great point. But tell me about generically what you feel about ocala now that you didn't know 5 months ago.
Two things really come to mind. The first one is the sheer access to decision makers who are in and through ocala. The number of people who are important in the business community, in the not just the local business community, in the international business community, who are in and through ocala in large part because of the equine industry. We have major decision makers who come to this community. Perhaps they have a farm here. Perhaps they're just here for the sales, like going on right now. There are communities who will spend tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to get in front of these people, and they're coming to our community, and the ability to access them, and for them to know where ocala is on the map, that's something that I was caught by surprise about, and is huge for us. And I'll tell you, on the other side, the thing that surprised me is how little people who live here, after they lived here for a while, fail to appreciate what we have here. You know, we talk about it internally in the office. There's a couple of us who are new folks, and we look at this community and its size and how it's grown and the number of things that are here. And part of what happens, I've learned in doing this long enough, that people immediately start, the grass is greener someplace else. Well, this community has this. Oh, they have this restaurant. They have this store. I can take you to lots of communities much larger than Ocala, Marion County, that don't have the breadth of stores, of entertainment options, of restaurants. The downtown that we have, and we think is phenomenal, and I think the number of people here who get stuck on slow ocala, and they don't realize how many good things are going on here.
Yeah, there is stuff happening, and you can say it all you want to, but people aren't going to buy it until they really experience it. And usually when the friend comes from out of town and tells them, that's they realize, oh, you got an Appleton Museum?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, we have that. Oh, well, I didn't know about that, you know. And then we'll get into some of these things in the future, because I think that's all keyed in on. If we're now starting to bubble up at this level, where we're just sort of getting our act together again, and the numbers are coming in better, what can happen ultimately when we do get FedEx and Silver Springs is lit up, whenever these other things began to come into play, all the while estate market beginning to rise as well. So those are all good things. But by the same token, there are still people without jobs out there, and we do need to get the core salaries up a little bit. Obviously, there's work to be done, but I will say you seem to have a good sense of timing, Kevin.
Timing is important in everything, and that's certainly I feel blessed to be here at the right time. And I tell you what, we've got to allow us to put some tools. We'll talk here in a little bit about some new tools we rolled out to the board today. We had a board meeting, and I think they were pretty amazed at some of the things that we're now going to be able to do to help promote this community for growth and for business opportunities as we seek to diversify the economy.
So now you're telling them, you're showing them some things they can now learn and be more optimistic because there are tools to put in place.
Absolutely.
Which you will see visible, tangible results from.
Absolutely.
All right. Looking forward to that. We'll take a break. We'll return with Kevin Shealy after this time out on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
Are you looking for a trustworthy auto care company that won't sell you something you don't need? Look no further than Affordable Auto Air and Care. Affordable Auto Air and Care has serviced Ocala for a decade and is family owned and operated. They offer quality parts at affordable prices, and they even include a 1-year or 12,000-mile warranty on their parts and labor. Their certified technicians work on any type of vehicle, even RVs. They specialize in auto AC, but they also offer oil changes, brake service, filters, tune-up, shocks, axles, complete auto repair. Affordable Auto Air and Care is located at 1841 Northwest 4th Avenue on the corner of Old Jacksonville Road and 441. Call 352-401-0011 to book an appointment. That's 352-401-0011. Affordable Auto Air and Care. Complete auto repair. Take it from me, Tom Schmitz. I'm a customer.
Recently, I had a great conversation with General Manager Pat
large and small, are a big deal on every special occasion. For more information, call 352-237-6644. That's 352-237-6644. Country Club of Ocala, proud sponsor of the Monday Gator Report, right here on the Source. This is Buddy Martin. Listen to my show weekdays from 3 to 6 right here on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the Source.
Hi, I'm Ernie Sprans. Join me weekday mornings at 10:50 for Report to Consumers. Consumer news you can use from your hometown station. News Talk 1370, WOCA.
Accident, injured, hurting. Pain affects so many of us and keeps us from enjoying our daily routine. This is Dr. Riyad Fakuri, board certified chiropractic orthopedist at the Fakuri Medical and Chiropractic Center. Let me visit with you to answer your questions. Let us help you help yourself on the Head to Toe Care Show every Wednesday, 11 a.m. on WOCA. Again, that's Dr. Riyad Fakuri here to help you on the Head to Toe Care Show every Wednesday, 11 a.m. on WOCA, the Source.
Ocala Business Leaders is inviting you to an exciting opportunity to meet some of the movers and shakers of our business community at the Home and Business Expo, Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. This is your chance to network with retailers, home builders, business services, and more. It'll be at the Marion County Extension Auditorium. You could win a valuable door prize, and you'll definitely get some free food. For details and vendor opportunities, call 352-671-9292.
What you may have missed on the John Tesh Radio Show.
One of the most common causes of insomnia is acid reflux, where acid gurgles up from your stomach and causes a burning sensation in your chest or throat. Skip using actual boxes to show how you think outside the box, like sending your resume stuffed inside a shoe box with a note that says, "Just trying to get my foot in the door." Do they hog the dish they ordered and seem reluctant to try your food? That means they lack a give and take mentality.
On the John Tesh Radio Show. Don't miss this stuff.
News Talk 1370. WOCA invites you to discover your full business potential. News Talk Radio is the perfect environment for your advertising. WOCA's News Talk format pinpoints information hungry, better educated, high income adults.
CA.
Good fiddle playing there, JJ. Reminds me it's going to be a bluegrass show at the Civic Theater on Saturday night. I think I'll take that in. Joe said he had tickets, so a little banjo playing. So this guy here knows a little bit about banjo playing, I'm sure, and a little bit about bluegrass, being from the bluegrass state. And I'm just going to say this one time. I don't want you to ever talk about it again, okay? You had about as good a year as you could possibly want to have in Louisville.
I tell you what, isn't that amazing?
I mean, you can't ask for a much better year. You could ask for a national championship in football too, which Florida has had, by the way, just twice, just in case you want to know that.
I appreciate that.
But to have the year that you've had, you know, win the Sugar Bowl and beat Florida, and then come back and win the national championship in basketball. Great time to be a Louisville Cardinal.
Absolutely.
And the ACC coming up too.
Hey, one more year. One more year. We got to play in the AAC next year.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So now we got to put your orange and blue on. Document. You got your blue shirt on. That's good. Let's talk about some of the good news this week before we get into the aspect of tools that you talked to in your meeting this morning. I mean, you got the unemployment figures. The real estate numbers that came out showed that there was a substantial leap in that. And now all the people who are in the construction business are feeling it.
Right.
Began to say houses are starting to move. In fact, there's actually a shortage of some in a certain price range right now. According to what they say, realtors and builders. And you got a phenomenal week. I read today's paper, Star Banner said it was all-time greatest OBS sale, where there's a couple of $1 million type horses and a staggering $16 million a day yesterday. So, what is going on here?
Well, you referenced earlier, part of this timing, we weren't going to stay in a downturn forever. So part of it's timing. Part of it is you've got some really great fundamentals here. With human psyche, things were never as great as what people thought they were. We were talking about housing prices earlier. We got a little irrational with housing prices. But I think conversely, I don't know if things were ever really as bad as it was in people's minds. I don't think the fundamentals were as bad. And so, as things begin to bounce back, they're bouncing back very strongly. The horse sales part of that relates back to supply and demand. You had a bad year there because of some storms, and so they didn't produce as many horses. Now we're starting to see the value of that, so the increase in the value of those horses. Plus, interesting talking to the folks at OBS the other night. Some of the folks coming in from around the country, they were saying, it used to be when people would say, "Oh, it's time. Are you going to go to Ocala?" Yeah, I guess I'm going to go to Ocala. They're very excited now about coming here. In fact, it's become the premier place to be. And one of the things they talk to us about is, look, we really feel like the community is interested in embracing what's going on with the equine. Our equine committee started running shuttles on the weekends for the folks coming in for OBS. FTBOA is really reaching out and trying to engage with them, and this whole partnership about, hey, we're excited you're here, and this is the place people want to be now when it comes to buying thoroughbreds. And so that's exciting. I think that's part of it. I think there's really a sense of, hey, we've survived this downturn. We're coming back, and it's a sense of this is a place where things can happen, and people are sensing that, feeling that.
You've also got a costly factor. It's got to be very attractive to people who would have a company cover, like FedEx, for instance, which of course is something we're all waiting to happen soon. Let's face it, if you work for a company like FedEx and they have a scale of what they pay, which is pretty good, and you come to a place where there's, where housing prices are still rock bottom low. Despite the fact that the shortage is still very low by national standard, and you get amenities, you get a community like this, that's certainly got to be even more attractive. And the cost of living is something that Ocala. At one time, USA Today ran a poll that said the best bargains in housing in America, this is about 5 years ago, were in Ocala, Florida. So those factors, when you recruit companies and businesses to come here, what are the 5 or 6 key points? We discussed this several times. I know education, etc. But what are the new things you talk about?
Well, number one, the drivers to begin with are always sites or buildings. What's available, what land's available there, what buildings available. That's going to drive the initial conversation. Secondly, and it kind of varies with companies, but the logistics, the how to, can I move product, can I move people? Third is going to be the workforce. What does the workforce look like there? Can I pull the workforce I need? Or, and this is really important, and this is where Ocala really has a leg up to the point you just mentioned, is can I bring workforce? If I find talent, can I relocate talent to this place? Who wouldn't want to move to Ocala, Florida? You know, if I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan, I'm going to load up and get in that van and get here as quickly as I can, especially if I have a chance to see it. So the ability to attract talent is really, really key. You know, and then the things like taxes. This is Florida's a great state when it comes to that.
No income taxes, obviously.
Exactly. And in a community, you know, we compete very, very well, even if you compare us to other Florida communities from a tax standpoint. So, you know, those are the things that are really driving and are going to drive a business interest in the community.
Now, what has been some of your feedback? I'm assuming you've talked to a few companies so far. You're just getting started, right? So obviously you don't have all that information yet, and we'll talk about the tools in a minute. But I mean, what is some of the early feedback you're getting back from companies that you're saying come down and try this out? What do you have? What are they asking you, and what is the feedback?
You know, they're very intrigued. They are, for a lot of these companies, they don't already have an in. Usually it's because of the equine industry, if they're familiar with the CEO. Their initial inquiries will, where's ocala and why do I care? And our job to tell that part of the story. You know, we know and believe we get them here, we're in great shape. Our odds go up substantially. We can just get them to come in and take a look around. But the biggest thing is, you know, where is ocala? And being able to show them where that is on the map and the value that brings to them.
And I mentioned this before, but you mentioned, I'll never forget the first time you were on the show. You made a point to say we're halfway between Miami and Atlanta, right? And we're in the state of Florida. Everybody knows where that is,
right?
And it's not one of those square states like Colorado out there, some place where I live, which is what they used to call it. Is that one of those square states out there? You know? So it's identifiable. Certainly everybody knows the climate, story about the climate. And that makes it a little bit easier when people know what it is. Now, one point I want to make is there are a number of people in town, much as they love the equine industry, say, wait a minute, we're not just about horses and John Travolta.
Right.
And I get this said to me all the time. At least one or two city councilmen remind me of that all the time. And one says, if you look at the numbers, our manufacturing really brings in more dollars than the equine business.
Oh, absolutely. You know, if you want to think of it,
and I love the equine business. Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely. Well, I think the key things for us to to remember about the equine is it's one of the things that makes us unique. I can take you to 15 dozen communities in the southeast that can make the same manufacturing arguments that we make here. That's not what's going to stand out in people's mind. If you're a company looking at a site, and we're going to make the site, if you're manufacturing, you go to look at sites, after a while, every community starts to look the same. That equine thing helps us to stand out. They may have nothing to do with horses, but that's unique, and that'll stand out. Wow, you have 1,200 horse farms here. This is the horse capital of the world. They may not know anything about a horse, but that's something that's a differentiator, and that stands out. It brings people to the community. Not necessarily are we interested because they're going to do more with equine, and we want them to, and that's great. But it brings the right people to this community who can make investments, who can create jobs, and that's why it's really, really important.
Kevin Chili from the Chamber of Economic Development, CEP, what are you going to call it? I can't get it right. He's the czar, business czar. Is here, and I want to your point, I'm going to speak to that. And I think I can make your case for you. Let's just use Rick Pitino. You're familiar with it.
Absolutely.
You get him to town to look at a horse. Probably not going to come and visit FedEx.
Exactly. I can't tell you, we've been doing some existing business visits. How many times we've gone in and talking, so tell me why your business is here. Well, my daughter was really into horses. And so we moved up here, and we've decided after we got here, this may be a pretty good place to put our business. They would have never come here to look if it hadn't been for the horse. That's what helped drive a lot of interest in this community from people who make those type of decisions.
How do you deal with the reality of on one hand selling the sizzle, but dealing with the reality? You have people in this community who, some people that say that, I won't say that they're narrow in their thinking, but they don't believe in the picture or the dream.
Sure.
And other people think we got unlimited possibilities, which I'm sure you know both.
Right.
Some people only care if they don't want to raise taxes one penny ever again, they'd be happy, whatever. And that they feel that they have their little town, they want to leave it like it is. So you have to not just sell the people from out of town, but you got to sell the people who are in town as well. Right. It's like you said, business retention was key. New development is key, but people who have businesses, you got to help them too. So what do you? I guess I'm asking you: are you getting any pushback on any front there?
Thus far we haven't, and I think the reason why is because the downturn caught people off guard, and it was so severe to an area that was completely unused to those kind of downturns. People like, I don't want to have to go through that again. And they recognize that there has to be a level of investment, there has to be job creation to keep the community from having those type of downturns. Now, one of the things that I think we hear broadly is, and we want to see it much more diversified. We had way too many eggs in that construction basket. So how do we diversify that? And so, we really haven't had much of that pushback.
But there was, at one time, there was, believe it or not, some diversification in this economy years ago. And granted, they're not things we talk about today so much, but there was a huge farming industry. It was agriculture was big. The citrus was very big. Phosphate was very big around here. Construction really wasn't on the forefront at that point in time. Tourism was a big thing. Mm-hmm. Those are the big four. You had a more of a diversification. What's interesting is to think that we think we narrowed it down to construction because that's where the money was. When the boom came, that's where the money was. And still have this other industry. Yeah. We still have tourism possibly there. Probably not citrus. Some mining, but not too much. But transportation now jumps up to become one of the big ones too.
Absolutely. And we still have manufacturing. I mean, this is a center for manufacturing in Florida. It's just about you have to continually be reinvesting and growing that because there are industries that come and they have a natural life cycle and they fall off. So are we continually looking to grow and to find new opportunities?
All right, Captain Shields is our guest. We're going to take a break and come back. But when we come back, I want you to not only tell me about the tools that you presented, but I want you to tell me about some of the obstacles. Let's just not sugarcoat everything. Sure. The obstacles we face in getting the economy back on track. We're getting there. It's starting. What has to be done to make this work? All right. More Kevin Shilley next, right here in the voice of ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the Stars.
This reprise of Ask the Cops is proudly brought to you by Daniel L. Hightower, PA, lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice since 1976. Answering this listener's question is Marion County Sheriff Chris Blair and Chief of Police of Ocala, Greg Graham.
Have there been any officers killed in the line of duty? And if they have, is there like a plaque commemorating their service in our area here? Yes, we've had some in the
honor them. Actually, I'm sorry, Sheriff. There is a plaque. It's at the law enforcement memorial. It's here, right at where the county commission is. And the reason I said May 16th is because May 16th is the day that we are going to have a ceremony honoring the people that have been killed in the line of duty.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida and statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission at the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent deserving clients and recover the maximum benefits they are entitled to by law in a timely manner. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no fees or costs unless the recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower is located at 7 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW-1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, and the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops.
This is Don with ABC Frederick's Appliance. Here's my daughter, Lena.
Hey everybody, it's Lena. You need to come down to ABC Frederick's Appliance on County Road 25, just over the railroad track in Bellevue, where you are treated right with the right products like Whirlpool, Maytag, Crossley, and Speed Queen. These are the new ones. Don't forget, we also carry used appliances that we warranty. ABC Frederick's Appliance does repairs too. Call us at 629-5181. ABC Frederick's Appliance on County Road 25, just over the railroad tracks in Bellevue. It's at 629-5181.
We may not have the kind of winters that they have up north, but Florida weather can be still pretty rough on your ride. And Ford Lincoln of Ocala wants to save you money and time during the Restore Your Ride service event. Right now, you can drive into Ford Lincoln of Ocala, receive a free brake inspection, and if it's determined you need brake work, you can receive up to a $50 rebate on any motorcraft brake service when you use your Ford credit card. And if it's tires you need, Ford Lincoln of Ocala's completely satisfied service center can hook you up with up to $120 in rebates on any of the top brands, backed by their low price tire guarantee. So stop chasing all over town for this service and that service. Get it all right, the right way at the right place. restore your ride event. There's also great savings on motorcraft batteries, wiper blades. You know, my dad used to say, don't wait till it's too late. It's done now. Visit Ford Lincoln of Ocala's completely satisfied service center, open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 6, and Saturdays till 5.
Hey, I'm Gary. And I'm Eric. Did you know that Red Eye Radio is on WOCA, The Source, every night from 2 to 6 a.m., and it's live. That's right. No tape shows here. We know that the news doesn't sleep, and neither do we. So we're here with you live from 2 till 6 a.m. every weekday. Call us 866-90 Red Eye. So join me, Gary McNamara, and me, Eric Carley, every weeknight to discuss the latest in news and entertainment right here on WOCA, The Source.
Hey, Matt, I know Sunrise Automotive does auto stuff, but I need some tires for my truck. Can you recommend someone?
Yes, I can. We do that.
No, I mean I need them installed and balanced and all that.
Yep, we do that.
Well, my son needed his windows tinted.
Yep, we do that.
I need my seat replaced.
Yep, we do that too.
I need a new roof line, a new spoiler.
Yep, we even do that too.
Okay, I get it. I suppose you can also do a radio show too. Huh?
Well, as a matter of fact, join me every Monday at 10 for auto repair with personal care here on The Source.
Of course you do.
Welcome back. I guess I'm going to read it and get it right at least once today. Kevin Shaw. He's the first president and CEO of the Ocala Marion County Chamber and Economic Partnership. Okay?
Very nice.
Finally got it right.
Very nice.
I had to read it, though. Just say CP, right?
CP.
Yeah. All right, let's get to this tools thing. We talked about this earlier. For those just tuning in, Kevin, of course, has been here since December. He's working diligently to sort of rally the troops and get our economic partnership with the chamber. We fuse those two groups. And now we're now working all on the same page, and he's the top dog out there trying to sell people on the idea of a great community. We got a great place to do business, and he's of course a new member of the community. You met today with some of your, I guess, stakeholders.
Our board.
Okay, your board. And you told them about some tools that can be used for them, right?
Well, in
tell me.
I'll do it. In fact, we wrote it out twice this week. We showed it to the board this morning, about 30 people. We had a luncheon on Tuesday for commercial realtors, developers, landowners. I had about 30 at that as well. And it's a new web tool that's available. It's for right now housed on a temporary site, locateocala.com. It'll eventually get moved to our new Ocala CEP website, but you'll still be able to get there through locateocala.com. And it is an online sites and building database. It is not a static database, like you just pull up some blank sheet and it tells you. It is a GIS-based system that if you look at it through our website, you're seeing just buildings, commercial and industrial buildings in Marion County. But it's also part of 3 national databases. So someone anywhere else in the world can go to siteselection.com and they start looking, they're going to find our sites and buildings. It has incredible detail that's available to it about the say building, about the building, the detailed utility information, the traffic information. You can look at aerials of the site, zoom in, it'll tell you if it's in an enterprise zone. It has incredible details about tying in directly to census data that you can look at from a visual standpoint. It also allows us to do very detailed demographic reports. There's about a dozen different reports. This is tied into the ESTRI database.
Demographic reports, how? You mean so you can keep up with what the demographics of our community are, or what?
It's several different ones. So let's say you're a retailer,
okay,
and you're looking at this community and you're trying to decide, something that's important to you is disposable income. You have the option. You can run a disposable income report on Marion County. You can run one on the city of Ocala. But more importantly, you can run one specific to the site. So you're looking at a site and you think, well, I wonder if this would be a good spot for my location. You click, I want to run a disposable income report, and I want to know what that looks like in 3, 5, and 7 miles from the site. Click a button, boom, you have it. It is
valuable.
It's an incredible tool. We had one of our partners in the other day just looking for that very thing, and so we hadn't rolled it out yet, but we sat down with them kind of quickly and we're looking. They were from a medical office. We were able to pull some reports and show them, and they said, "This, you don't know what you saved us trying to do this. it's an amazing tool. The other thing on there is you can pull up community data, and we've right now just done for the whole county. Anything that a company would want to know, at least 90% of that information, really drilling down to the details numbers, we already have on that site. It's there, it's easy to get to, and you can pull it up. It's sourced, it's tied to the national standards that are adopted by my profession a couple years ago. It's a great tool that will really help us be more competitive.
Sounds like something that a company like McDonald's just would have done 10 years ago. They don't do anything without getting all the data. Exactly. Instead of having to research it and take 6 months, you got it with one click, right?
Exactly. And what's happening is, if you're a company, and let's say, we'll use FedEx as an example. You're looking for locations, and you might be looking at 100 communities. That's a lot of data to have to pull in. So you're looking for reasons to eliminate those. And one of the ways you eliminate it is I can't find the information. A great example, Corey Poole with Jenkins Automotive was in the meeting thing. He's talking about they're looking at locations for new dealerships in other states, and how he had to eliminate community because he couldn't find the information. And what he loved about this is in 3 clicks, he got every bit of information he would want if he wanted to open a new dealership here, all at one location, in that one-stop shop. It's a great tool. We take our iPads. So Brett Barnes, who's our director of business attraction, he's on the road this week working a show. He can have that iPad. He starts talking to someone. He's a couple swipes, and they're looking at buildings and sites here in this community with detailed information. Another site, he sent them a custom brochure just for their needs. It's a great tool, and it will really help us as we're trying to respond to companies' needs and them to be able to find opportunities here.
I've heard rumors about FedEx. I don't know. Obviously, their research is fantastic. What they do. I've heard that they could, with a GPS, almost find the exact location on the map they need to be in, and that this is where their gyroscope, whatever it was, found this spot here as the perfect central location. And the more I thought about that and what you said about being halfway to Atlanta and Miami, it began to make sense. You think it's probably true that they did that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you look at a FedEx or UPS, and they're really in a league all their own.
They have logistics down pat.
Exactly. They are logistics.
Yeah. That's that campaign.
I think so. They ought to patent that.
I heard Billy Donovan say that.
That's what they do best. and that'll be the great value in them being here. It's not just the jobs they'll directly create and the investment. The companies who want to locate here because they're here, because they know that they nailed that logistics piece.
All right, so let's talk about challenges.
Okay.
You're by nature an eternal optimist.
Absolutely.
I love that about you. It's great, and you always got a smile and a good thing to say. But we have some things to overcome here. Let's talk about some of the things we need to work on. What are the things you think on our list? We finally got the chamber and the economic development council on the same page. We got that going. You're here. You've been hired. You're here. What are the things that we have to do next to make this thing work?
If we're thinking about it from an attraction standpoint, what do we need to do to address our challenges to attracting new investment? There are a couple. One of the first ones is probably about skills, talent. We have a lot of people still looking for jobs. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't have the right skills.
They retrain?
They need to be retrained, and it's helping people to think differently. One of the mistakes we've made, and this is not an ocala issue, it's not a Florida issue, it's a national issue. For 40 years, we told people, look, go get a bachelor's degree, and you're set for life.
Yeah.
You go get that back. It doesn't matter what it's in. You can get a bachelor's in business, and you're set for life.
And borrow $500,000 worth of student loans.
Exactly, and that's exactly where we are today. And we've got people who have a degree and no skills. And we really need to begin to invest in people skills. And that's not about 4-year degrees necessarily, but it's about certificates, it's about 2-year programs. It's about, we're so fortunate to have the College of Central Florida because that's what they're about. And really helping people realize that.
And you can get to retrain there in 2 years.
Or less. Or less. And that's in helping people understand, look, I know you're ready to go back to work. We need to up your skills. We need to increase your skill ability, and what that means, and what you need to be able to do. And so, I think one of the things you're going to see probably in the fall, we'd love to do it sooner, but we just have to continue to ramp up internally, is education and skills it's going to be something we really put a lot of focus on.
That's one.
Number one. Number two, product. We're getting pretty good at having sites available now, but buildings are still what drive the market, and so for manufacturing or large distribution, we don't have a lot of options, and so having more product or better product on the market is going to be key.
This is just a sort of off the top of mind question. Doesn't relate particularly to you, but I'd vacant building down the road here, out towards Silver Springs, where the high patrol station is. There's a shopping mall to your left. That's the old Albertson.
Right.
There's an ice cream place there, whatever. And Brewster's, and there's that whole big building complex empty.
Right.
Why wouldn't that be attractive to somebody?
I think you have to ask, attractive for what?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
So,
a lot of space. It's a good location.
It's a good location for retail. It's a good location for a grocery store.
Restaurant?
Could be. I mean, that's a big building.
But I mean, there are other stores there, though.
Yeah, I think the key is there. Other things will happen there once that anchors is built. That's wrong.
Albertsons is gone and Publix is not coming there. So
yeah,
that's.
And I think now I'm hearing there's some folks looking at that space.
Well, interesting. That's why I asked.
And so I think if some of the rumors, and I want to be careful not to get in trouble, but
give us the dirt.
I think if there's some the rumors are true, that would be a great anchor that would you'll see things immediately start to fill back up at
That's
that
true.
center.
Now, right across the street here, the old what I used to call Marston's, Piccadilly after that. Randy Klein, he and Fred Roberts Jr. bought that building. They put their law offices there. That you could, and the CRAs are being now formed. You read about the city to the east and west to raise money to redevelop these areas of the town which needed it. So, but the best redevelopment of any kind is just what Randy Klein and Fred Roberts did. They bought the building, and now they're going to refurbish it, and boom.
Right.
And every time you do that, you raise the neighborhood a few levels, which I know it's not your game per se, but in the end it is, because you have to have product.
Absolutely. And you know what? That's also about community, and that's about when people come into the community, what do they see? If they see lots of empty retail spaces, that doesn't suggest a community that's vibrant.
Exactly.
So yeah, that we do get concerned about that, and we know that the more job creation we have, the more opportunities that's going to impact that. And I want to tell you that my project that I wish people would talk more about, and I'm excited about FedEx, and that's the R&L Carriers project, where they bought the TBW building.
Is that the Roberts thing?
The Roberts family. That was in February. They already have 100 people working in that building. 100 people making really good salaries, and they're going to keep hiring. I think they've said they're going to hire 250 people there, an average salary of nearly $50,000.
Just direct. Is that like a traffic center for trucks or something?
It is. centralizing all of their IT functions. So you've got all these IT guys in there. But the other thing that's really fascinating is that's where their logistics management is. And just as UPS and FedEx are leaders in logistics, R&L is way out in front for their industry. And in fact, they've developed a number of patents. Now, who would have thought of patents with a trucking company? But they've developed a number of patents, and so they've got people in there who are developing new technologies, new algorithms, new apps for logistics industry. And so it's really an IT, talking about diversification, it's the other side of logistics. And so I think, we're going to continue to see a lot of really good things happen there, which opens up the opportunity for us to recruit more of those types of jobs, because we can say, look, if they're successful here, you can be successful here.
Got about 2 minutes. The power plant. What role can it play? How satisfied are you with where they are, and where do you want to go with that?
I think the power plant is phenomenal. That it can be open 1 year, be at capacity, have created more than 70 jobs. That is unheard of, and everyone who's involved in the creation of that facility needs a pat on the back. Part of what we're doing, and if you may have heard Kevin Reed, who's been running that facility for us, we're moving Kevin over to take over our business retention for small and medium sized businesses.
That on the show.
Excellent. We're going to take that incubation model and apply it. You don't have to be in the power plant to be a growing business. And I think there's a lot that we can do there to accelerate growth among, 80 to 100 businesses in our community. With the power plant, we're going to focus a little bit more, step back, and focus on some key target areas, and really think of it. It was intended to be an accelerator, and they filled it up, which is fantastic. But we're going to go back to focusing on accelerating businesses and looking at companies like my favorite company in there, and I'm glad they're all there, but DS Media. If you could look at what they're doing, the companies they're working for directly, Apple, working with other Fortune 500 companies developing apps, that's phenomenal, and that's happening right here in Ocala. And if we can grow more companies like that, we're really beginning to work with that diversification and that attraction of talent.
Got 30 seconds. You said last time Ocala 49 was great, but you wish it was bigger. You still stand by that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Why?
We're working companies right now, folks who are interested. We're going to fill up that space as FedEx starts putting a shovel on the dirt later this year. You're going to see a lot of interest, that park will fill up quickly.
What's quickly? A year?
18 months, 24
Really?
months. Yeah.
You're guessing or do you know this?
I am speculating based on past experience.
All right, you're analyzing and projecting.
There we go.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Oh, it's always good to be here.
I'm looking forward to having you in my neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm looking forward as well. I know who to call now.
We might be with a cup of sugar, you know. I'll come down and watch the Louisville, and I'll bring you down and watch the Gator games sometimes.
That'll work.
Exchange cultures there. Always good to talk to you, Kevin.
You too. I appreciate it.
Kevin Shealy, who is the president and CEO of the CEP, and stay tuned. Coming up next hour, we got sports galore with Woody Page, and also our friend from the horse community, a show called Horse Country with Michael Compton and Francis Beard, talk draft. We'll take a break, come back, and we've got tweets and quotes coming your way right here on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And so is State Farm agent Angie Lewis, working hard to serve her community as a citizen and insurance agent. Angie wants to help you as you adjust your insurance needs to your life. From everything to helping educate your teen driver to protecting your family against any risk. She wants to change the way you perceive insurance by developing relationships with their clients, which is why Angie and her staff are proud to be a part of so many causes in Ocala. In turn, she has chosen to single out those who step up as leaders. Each month on the Voice of Ocala, Angie spotlights a good neighbor, saluting those who give exceptional service or do random acts of kindness to others. For this, Angie was written up in State Farm's National Magazine. Angie also supports local businesses with a regular biz buzz. The Angie Lewis State Farm Agency is located at 1122 Northeast 36th Avenue, where visitors are always welcome and the coffee pot is always on. Call your good neighbors State Farm Agency today, Angie Lewis, at 294 Every day we hear another story about innovation or about cutting edge technology taking place right here in Ocala. The power plant, IHMC, Ocala 489. Did you know that important medical research is also being conducted here that may impact hundreds of thousands of people in the country someday? Maybe you've heard the name Rinstar, but like so many others, perhaps you didn't realize that Rinstar Medical Research is one of the top facilities of its kind anywhere in the U.S. There are important research studies being conducted by a highly qualified team of medical experts at Renstar, impacting the decisions of major pharmaceutical companies and bringing new drugs to market. And you can be a part of these studies, as so many local people have done and are currently doing. Renstar has conducted more than 500 studies since its inception and would like to extend the opportunity to you to be a part of these cutting-edge programs. Call 877-629-5800 or 352-629-5800 if you'd like to know more. Renstar Medical Research, locally owned and operated in beautiful downtown Ocala. Renstar, seeking tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today.
On the next AM Ocala Live, Robin and I will be speaking to Judy Colella. She lived in foster care as a child, and she's coming on to talk to us about her experience.
Open for debate, where you get to choose the topic.
And then Brad Brorsma and Josh Verdock will be here from Ocala Aviation Flight School, telling us what it takes to become a pilot.
Homer S. Townsend is the executive director of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He will be enlightening us about what they do for our veterans.
And then it's Ocala Magazine Radio with your host, John Sotomayor, the executive editor of Ocala Magazine.
Rabbi Yossi Hecht will be in the studio. He's the rabbi of the Chabad Lubavitch Jewish Center of Marion County. He'll be speaking about their celebration of Lag Bomer.
And then Regina Bergoni is coming on. She's the food director for Family Circle Magazine.
Terry Johnson is the founder of the legendary group The Flamingos. He will be speaking about their performance this coming Saturday at the Circle Square Cultural Center. The Flamingos were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
All of that plus fun with Joe on the next AM Ocala Live right here on the Source WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
Don't ever miss a single edition of the Mike Huckabee Show. We're going to have a whole lot of fun talking the big issues of the day. We'll talk to the newsmakers and the issues that made them a newsmaker, as well as we'll bring you some entertainment, some fun. You never know what's going to happen on the Mike Huckabee Show. Don't miss it.
Join Mike Huckabee every weekday from noon to 3 exclusively on WOCA The Source.
Ocala Business Leaders is inviting you to an exciting opportunity to meet some of the movers and shakers of our business community at the Home and Business Expo, Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. This is your chance to network with retailers, home builders, business services, and more. It'll be at the Marion County Extension Auditorium. You could win a valuable door prize, and you'll definitely get some free food. For details and vendor 552 671 9292.
Talk about this song today, matter of fact. Cats in the Cradle. It's kind of a sad song in a way. Your kids grow up and you turn around and they're not there. And then you didn't have time for them and they don't have time for you.
Happened to you,
Not really. No, I have a great relationship with my kids. I will say they grew up fast on me. I didn't get as much time, have as much time with them as I'd like to have. But I'm glad to say I have a wonderful relationship with my two daughters and my son. And talk to them quite frequently, and I love them dearly, and hopefully they love me as much. So that's all good. Okay, time now to enter into that domain of tweets and quotes. You know, I don't know if people think I get these off the back of a turnip truck, you know? I mean,
you obviously get them off Twitter.
No, not all.
You don't get your tweet Twitter.
No, I get a lot of them off there.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying I get quotes from other websites too. Yeah. No, Twitter's certainly a good source, but you got to read it sometimes 500 of them to get those. That's what I'm saying. They don't fall off the truck.
Especially today with all the draft.
A lot of it in there. You know, the other thing are the subjects that somebody has got this thing, they retweet people and they take a famous names and all of a sudden you get like 100 tweets from people that you don't even follow.
Yeah.
But you don't know. They don't you know, just it makes no sense. Anyway, that's not the story. Here we go. This comes from Jim Rohn. This guy's a favorite of a friend of mine. He's always giving me Jim Rohn, not Jim Rohn, by the way. Rohn, R-O-H-N. He's written a number of interesting books, particularly in business and attitude. This is one you could take home with you, JJ. Learn how to be happy with what you have while you pursue all that you want.
That's exactly what I'm.
You get that in life, you got balance. It's a good thing. Here's one from a guy named Mignon McLaughlin. Most unusual name I've heard in a bit. Like filet mignon. Mignon McLaughlin. It took man thousands of years to put words down on paper, and yet his lawyers wish 2. This requires a visual. Please don't make the mistake I did, he says. Power bars are what you eat. Power strips are what you plug into. Somehow I can see Martin back into a power strip. It's kind of funny to me. Let's see. Tomorrow we're going to ask the cops, the sheriff, and the chief of police will be over at the bank. Get a bank with us, and we'll. I'm sure we'll talk about terrorism some, because that's still in the news. Get their take on things, and you don't think it could happen to you, but you never know. You got to be ready for it. No matter whether you think it'll happen or not. So, looking forward to having a conversation with the sheriff and the chief tomorrow at Gateway Bank. We're also going to meet an interesting guy who's not really thrilled about coming on the radio, but is willing to do it. Randy Quinch, who is the guy who was quarterbacked in this whole thing at Eaton's Beach. If you haven't been reading about this, is a new place. I don't know how to describe it other than the fact it's got a marina, restaurant. It's got amenities in it. You have a private club in there. I've been out and seen it, and it's just looks like a terrific place. Old Eaton's Beach. JJ, you probably don't know what Eaton's Beach is. Do you? Okay.
I go to Gator Joe's. That's right around.
Yeah, right. Well, it's on the other side of the lake. Yeah, right. In the old days, they always had big things there, like July 4th things, political speeches and stuff like that. But it was a popular family site. Johnson's Beach is more for the youngsters or anything else as well. So tomorrow I have them on the show, and we'll do our we'll get our review of what's going on in the world of the draft. The Henry Camp Invitational has been played, and we haven't even talked about it all week. Mr. Golf been kind of asleep at the wheel.
I was out there today talking to some of the participants.
Yeah.
Looks like it's gonna the golf course, the rain and the warm weather has helped the golf course immensely.
Yeah.
Golf course is in good shape. I saw a few friends at the show. Councilman John McLeod was out there today playing in the AMAMs. So a lot was going on out there today.
Yeah, I saw one other councilman, Jay Massey, saying he knows how to play in the now, but he's playing in the camp on Saturday. Still a most prestigious tournament where you see a lot of familiar names of old Ocalans. So coming up next hour, Woody Page from Around the Horn. Michael Compton will talk about the fantastic results from the OBS show. And Francis Beard on Gators to be drafted. All coming your way right here in the voice of Ocala.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The Source.
So, whoosh, that's the sound of my brain working overtime because this month I'm sweeping the streets of Ocala to rid the city of old clunkers so you can drive a nicer, newer car today.
Hey, this is Chris Spears from Prestige Auto Sales. Right now, I'll give you a lot more over your appraised value for your old car. Even if you're still making payments, even the worst clunkers qualify, and nice cars too. So trade up to a clean car today.
Plus, my sweeping is keeping the bankers from sleeping because my For the People credit approval process gives my banks and lenders more opportunity to help good people like you.
So wave goodbye to that old car you're stuck in and say hello to a bright and shiny, nicer, newer car today. Get a lot more over appraised value for your old car.
Even if you're still making payments, straight up to clean up today.
Hurry! Once I get rid of 57 cars, this auto makeover is over. I'm Chris Spears, and I'm a dealer for the people. Visit me at Prestige Auto Sales in Ocala or Bellevue.
Or call 694-1234. See your Prestige.
Hi, I'm Lisa Midget with Kinetic Motion Fitness, Ocala's premier small group personal training fitness studio. Did you know you can achieve all your fitness goals, whether that's losing weight, getting fit, or training for a personal best, all with no membership fees? Have you ever been embarrassed or intimidated at a big gym because you're not a Greek god or a size 0 supermodel? Have you ever felt like your gym would rather you not even show up? At KMF, we have a team approach that focuses on small classes and personal training, and you'll feel like family, not just another number. No more boring treadmills or endless reps. Our classes are fun, energetic, and get you the results you want. And I should know, with the help of our great trainers, I lost over 100 pounds in 8 jean sizes. And I did it using no heavy equipment and no magic pills. Just fun and effective workouts. And yes, I did say fun. Come join us at KMF. Visit our website at kmfocala.com or like us on Facebook. Again, that was kmfocala.com.
Hi, this is Tom Schmitz, the host of Buddy Saturday Sports page on WOCA. The Saturday Sports page is your weekend destination for everything sports, from NASCAR to golf, baseball to boxing, and of course the best, most comprehensive football coverage on the radio. Also, you don't want to miss my weekly Are You Kidding Me rant? So join me and JJ LaSalva every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. for Buddy Saturday Sports page on WOCA, The Source.
In Clark, we trust.
Hi, this is Clark Howard. Join me every weeknight at 6, right here on WCA 1370, The Source.
Well, the new year is upon us, and that means getting to those forgotten projects that you promised you would. So whether you're tackling a small honeydew list, building the Taj Mahal, Sunbelt Rentals will help you get the job done right with the right tools. From carpet cleaners to excavators, Sunbelt Rentals has what you need. So what are you waiting for? Get it done. Rent it now. From Sunbelt Rentals, located on Highway 27, just a half mile east of I-75, or visit sunbeltrentals.com. Get it done. Rent it now. Sunbelt Rentals.
Why are so many Florida residents racing to the Walt Disney World theme parks to rediscover their all-time favorite classic attractions and explore what's new? They got a great deal on the 3-day Discover Disney tickets for just $119 plus tax. And why should you be racing to WOCA.com right now? Because you could win your tickets from the source. So get going. Visit WOCA.com for full details on how to win your 3-day Discover Disney tickets.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss, it's Goss and Son Jewelers $1 Million Diamond and Restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event and sale at Goss and Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest-free. Ask for details. Save on to Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss and Son Jewelers has been Ocala's jewelry headquarters for 64 years. If you love Do not miss this event. Goss and Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Goss and Son Jewelers downtown on the Ocala Square.
Hello? Can you hear me? Because if you can, then so can your customers. Radio works. Call today to advertise your business right here on WOCA 1370, The Source.
WOCA, keeping you in touch with Ocala.
You're listening to WOCA News Talk 1370, Ocala's source for what's happening in today's hottest, up-to-date news and topics.
About drinking and driving, a survey by the group Students Against Destructive Decisions and Liberty Mutual Insurance finds many teens have driven under the influence, and a surprising number think it makes them better drivers. Next up may have been New York. The surviving suspect in the Boston Marathon bombings, police, he and his brother wanted to take the explosives they didn't use to Times Square. What they didn't expect was for the owner of the car they stole to escape and call police. If it's a sign of the times, it's encouraging. A new poll says many Americans increasingly feel they could find a new job if necessary. More than 50% of the 2012 General Social Survey say it would be somewhat or very easy to find a job if they lost theirs. That's up from 46% in 2010. Your kid's bedtime is going high-tech with smart PJs. You aim the camera on a table, our smartphone, and the color dots on the PJs, and an app will launch an interactive bedtime story. This is ABC News.
Only the Home Depot has kiddo worry-free smoke alarms from just $24.97. A sealed lithium battery keeps these alarms working for 10 years, so you never change batteries. With 4 models for specific rooms in your home, like a lighted hallway alarm or voice alert bedroom alarm, upgrade your smoke alarms and set your worries aside for 10 years. Kiddo worry-free smoke alarms starting at just $24.97. More safe, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only. See store for details.
Jim Twitchell's the senior master technician at Ford, and once he starts talking brakes, there's no stopping it.
Brakes are the most important system on your car as far as I'm concerned. And when we do an inspection, we check the pads and the shoes for thicknesses. We check
Motorcraft brake pads installed $99.95 or less after $50 in mail-in rebates when you service credit card, just $49.95 or less. Taxes extra. Rebate by check, subject to credit approval. Pants or shoes on most cars and light trucks. One axle. Excludes machining, rotors, or drums. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details through 5/31/13.
I'm on right now. I don't.
Okay. Enough kidding around. And now it's time for the Buddy Martin Sports Page.
He actually had me stay here last night in his gym. Like I don't belong here.
Let's go talk to a couple of guys that never gamble.
Oh, see, I may lose a bet here. See, lose a bet me that we couldn't both get rich and put you on the poorhouse at the same time. You think we could do it? Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
And now, here's Buddy.
Hi, welcome to the program, Buddy Sports Page, on a Thursday, just hours away from the NFL draft. If you're counting, if you care, starts at 7:30 tonight. I have a few words about that today on our program. Meanwhile, we've got some guests lined up for you. Buddy Page joining us in a few moments to talk about, we'll talk about the Nuggets who are still playing in the playoffs, and also a little bit about the draft out in Denver and the overall picture of the NFL draft. Plus, Woody's always good for a laugh or two. He's obviously be seen on Around the Horn. In terms of draft, we got one local guy that we got to look at, Lorenzo Cray. Good story in today's Star Banner about Robbie Andrew McCray, a guy who really is under the radar, who's got hurt, who had some issues at home that happened when he went to Florida. It was his little brother. And, so Lorenzo McCray could be a guy that could be a sleeper.
Mid-round pick. So
yeah, could be a mid.
It's a fat paycheck.
Well, he's a big guy. He runs well. He's only about 250, which means he can play with his hand on the ground or otherwise. A little small for down on the ground, but he can play in that odd position outside the linebacker, or he could also just be a pass rusher.
Who knows? Maybe he'll shoot up the draft miraculously like Sharif Floyd. I don't.
I know.
That is the weird thing.
Very weird.
And E.J. Manuel.
Well, it's interesting.
I've watched both these guys play every single game in their whole career. I just don't see it.
Well, so
I
yesterday.
didn't see it.
Yesterday I said the same thing, and so as a result of that, I went and looked up
highlights.
No. I looked at a website. I looked at the greatest defensive lineman ever. Okay, because when you're drafted third overall,
you gotta live up.
You gotta be, you gotta be an all-time guy. And I'm gonna pull a list up later, but I'm sorry, but
who do you consider the number one defensive lineman of all time? Reggie White?
Probably.
When was he drafted at?
Good question. Look it up. Also, I'd say probably Deacon Jones would be up there pretty high.
Lawrence Taylor.
He's not a defensive linebacker.
He's defensive end.
No.
I had him listed.
Drafted.
Well, let me just say what he maybe called defensive end. I saw him play. He was a linebacker. Is what he was. They played an odd defense, but he was definitely not a defensive lineman. He didn't line up and take on tackles. I put it that way.
Well, he's
the pass rush.
He's listed as a defensive end.
You know what's interesting about Reggie White? He actually signed with the USFL.
Yeah.
He played there for
yes, he did
a couple years in Memphis with the Showboats.
He did. You're right.
And so he was a supplemental draft pick.
It's one of the guys I got a chance to meet one time, Reggie. And of course, he died a tragic death just suddenly. Fell over.
43.
You know, I was looking at a list today about the draft. The worst draft bust. And you always got the ones Ryan Leaf and Tony Mandrich and Tim Couch and those guys. But I found a very unique name on the list, buddy. And they said because he was drafted in the first round and the position he played, he's a bust regardless. And I don't know if I agree with that. They said the 17th worst first round bust. And it's not because he isn't capable, it's because of his position.
Tim Tebow?
Sebastian Janikowski.
He was awesome.
How's
He's
he
so worth it, though.
He is.
He scored a lot of points.
They said that there's a kicker comparable to him. Neil Rackers has the same kind of numbers, close numbers as he. And Rackers was taken in the 6th round of the year he was taken. And so was some quarterback named Tom Brady.
They're just trying to say that Janikowski could be replaced more easily.
That's
I don't really buy that. He's been in the league for a really, really long time.
He's been in as long as Brady. They were drafted in the same year. Yeah. And Janikowski's money.
Yeah, he is.
From 50 yards in, he's money.
Just remember, anybody can write a blog. Okay?
Well,
anybody can have an opinion. We have them on this show all the time.
Yeah, this is Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports.
He's pretty good.
Yeah,
might be basing it on the fact that he was drafted.
He said he was drafted in the first round and picking the kicker in the first round remains the reason he'll be considered the first round bust. I don't buy that at all.
Jags drafted the punter in the second round, I think.
Third round.
Yeah.
Last year. And then we land-based him. But I mean, just because you drafted that kicker, Sebastian Janikowski, I would have took him in the first round if he was available. Because he's money. When he came out,
I'd have a hard time taking a kicker in the first round.
But everybody knew he was. And this is a team that likes to throw the ball deep, and they took a kicker.
Let me just say this.
Oakland.
Let me just say this to you. Other than one little blip on the screen they had, if when you have to talk about your top draft choices, if you don't win a Super Bowl, you hadn't done a good job of drafting. So it didn't work out very well for Janikowski, although he played one. All right, we'll take a break, come back, we'll join Woody Page next on the program. I got a list of the 50 greatest defensive linemen. We'll see who they were, and we'll see whether or not our guy from Florida actually belongs on there or not. I'm questioning it, but we'll see. You better be a game changer if you're going to be drafted third in the NFL draft. Take a break, come back, join Woody Page next right here on Buddy Sports Page.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida and statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission at the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent deserving clients and recover the maximum benefits they are entitled to by law in a timely manner. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no fees or costs unless the recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower is located at 7 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW-1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Springs Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m.
our show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Come join us with the voice of Ocala, Buddy Martin, in the new old-fashioned bank radio studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, The Source.
Every day we hear another story about innovation or about cutting-edge technology taking place right here in Ocala. The power plant, IHMC, Ocala 489. Did you know that important medical research is also being conducted here that may impact hundreds of thousands of people in the country someday? Maybe you've heard the name Rinstar, but like so many others, perhaps you didn't realize that Rinstar Medical Research is one of the top facilities of its kind anywhere in the U.S. There are important research studies being conducted by a highly qualified team of medical experts at Rinstar, impacting the decisions of major pharmaceutical companies and bringing new drugs to market. And you can be a part of these studies, as so many local people have done and are currently doing. Rinstar has conducted more than 500 studies since its inception and would like to extend the opportunity to you to be a part of these cutting-edge programs. Call 877-629-5800 or 352-629-5800 if you'd like to know more. Rinstar Medical Research, locally owned and operated in beautiful downtown Ocala. Rinstar, seeking tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today.
Ocala Radio, WOCA.
On the next AM Ocala Live, Robin and I will be speaking to Judy Colella. She lived in foster care as a child, and she's coming on to talk to us about her experience.
Open for debate where you get to choose a topic.
And then Brad and Josh Verdon will be here from Ocala Aviation Flight School telling us what it takes to become a pilot.
Homer S. Townsend is the executive director of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He will be enlightening us about what they do for our veterans.
And then it's Ocala Magazine Radio with your host, John Sotomayor, the executive editor of Ocala Magazine.
Rabbi Yossi Hecht will be in the studio. He's the rabbi of the Chabad Lubavitch Jewish Center of Marion County. He'll be speaking about their celebration of Lag Bomer.
And then Regina Bergoni is coming on. She's the food director for Family Circle Magazine.
Terry Johnson is the founder of the legendary group The Flamingos. He will be speaking about their performance this coming Saturday at the Circle Square Cultural Center. The Flamingos were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
All of that plus fun with Joe on the next AM Ocala Live right here on the Source, WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
In this moment, who has your back? An insurance company delivering excellence during your claims process? Auto Owners Insurance has been recognized as highest in customer satisfaction with the auto insurance claims experience 5 years in a row by J.D. Power and Associates. For award information, go to jdpower.com. Let an auto owner's independent insurance agency have your back. So when the unthinkable happens, you get the claims service you deserve. Call George Mangan Insurance in Ocala today. 352-732-3191.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Springs Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for the Community Gazette, a 3-hour show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Us with a voice of Ocala, Buddy Martin, in the new old-fashioned bank radio studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, The Source.
Because he's got his charts and graphs and books and all the stuff out there. Because this is the biggest sports day in Denver history. Told once by the guy named Bob Martin. So I know Woody Page, in the heart of it there, is just anticipating this wonderful draft, and he's got his graphs and charts ready to go. Woody, can you give us your projections real quick? Give us your top 50 off the top of your head.
Next question.
I always loved Doug Bowe's attitude about the NBA draft. He would go fishing and send the telegram, right? Who his first 3 or 4 picks were, then make up picks for the rest of them in the NBA.
Yeah, well, he was smart. One year he drafted the best athlete available, and that was Bruce Jenner, who's had about 14 facelifts that happened. Hangs out with the Kardashians.
Yeah.
Been told.
Yeah, Bob Martin, the late Bob Martin did tell me that one time. What you know, he was
yeah, well, okay. I think this year's draft guys could really rank up there with maybe the worst of all time. That's the way I've looked at this week. I mean, that's not the put down offensive defensive lineman, but I think people who watch the draft are going to say, who are these people? why am I watching this? 'Cause this is going to be a great many guys drafted that nobody's ever heard of. I mean, even though they've been accomplished linemen, and maybe some cornerbacks and a few linebackers, most of the guys that will be going tonight, because they've dragged this thing on so long, 3 days, that most of the guys that go tonight, nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna flash back here in a minute on some drafts that we've been a part of when we worked at the Post together, but it's if we can remember them. But we talked about this yesterday. The fact, lack of a glamour player, there's no quarterback in there to get your heart racing. Starting not Geno Smith, you know, and there are no great-looking running backs in there that you're falling in love with. Skilled players are not a premium, and so and the talent level is somewhat down. So unless you're in a city that needs a quarterback, you know, and you're trying to go get either Geno Smith or somebody, I guess that probably is exciting. But
well, I talked about yesterday, buddy, on around a horn that the question was about running backs in this draft or something, and I said that the question involved why are there not so many glamour running backs, and I think that a good friend of yours had a lot to do with that. The spread offenses and read option offenses have turned the quarterbacks into running backs in college. And as a result of that, the running backs are not really your prime position anymore. Prime position players. If you think about it, last year, Morris, who was with the Washington Redskins, and Martin with the Tampa Bay Bucks, were guys that were drafted down in the draft because really people had not paid that much attention to them in college. They didn't have the numbers or the accolades that all the quarterbacks did. And now that you got running backs and pass-happy NFL and the spread offenses, that your guy Urban Meyer helped popularize. Really, running backs don't have the same sort of quality thrills that people expected in the play his senior year, and I don't blame any young man for doing that. I think all of us would agree that I wish I was still in college. I wish I stayed in
There you go. Woody, did you see 30-30 Elway to Marino?
I haven't seen it yet. I've
taped it. I haven't seen it.
I actually lived that story as you did. So I don't know that it's good to tell me a lot. I've read a lot about it.
Well, I'm looking at the story right now. Right now about some of the things. One of the things you find out when you live a little longer is that history gets twisted, and that things you don't, or little things come out that aren't exactly the way you remember them, and there's a lot of details on this Elway thing, and not having seen it, but not among them were that people say they didn't want to go to Baltimore because of Ursay. That wasn't the reason. It's because of Frank Cush.
His father, Jack Elway, who coached for a while at Stanford and was at San Jose State, had coached with Frank Cush. For those who are as old as us will remember Frank Cush had a heartbreak hit or heart attack mountain or whatever he had.
Bear Bryant wanted to be in the NFL, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he would run his players up and down those mountains in Arizona and grabbed them by the face mask, and he really treated them very poorly. And Jack Elway had coached with him at an All-Star game and told his son, John, I'll never let you play for him. You don't want to play for this guy. That he is a miserable and SOB. Put it in those quaint terms. And so they both agreed, the father and son, that he would not go to Baltimore because of Frank Cush. He used that ploy of going to the Yankees when he didn't want to really play baseball. He had been in a Yankees organization for a year or two and actually played a couple of games in Yankee Stadium, but he didn't want to play baseball. He wanted to play quarterback in the NFL. That was the way that they used, and they told the Colts before the draft that they were going to come there, and the Colts tried to make a deal with the Oakland Raiders, but this is true history. Al Davis, the year before, had sued the NFL and won his lawsuit against NFL, and the NFL was not going to let John Elway go to Oakland, and it was going to be a three-way deal involving Howie Long going to the Bears, and the Bears were sending some draft choices and players to the Colts, and the Colts would send the rights to Elway to Oakland, but Pete Rozelle, who was the commissioner then, would not allow that trade to go through. I don't know that a commissioner could keep that from happening today, but because the owners all hated Al Davis, and Al Davis hated the league, that's why John Elway didn't end up in Oakland. But John and I talked about it, and he said he was portrayed as and he was partially at fault. He and his agent had talked about he was the West Coast guy. He loved playing California. Oh, he actually grew up. Yeah, that was not really the case. He wasn't any kind of surfer dude, but he did have blonde hair, and so people assumed, well, he's trying to play in Los Angeles or San Francisco because he had played at Stanford, but he didn't really care as long as it wasn't with Frank Cushion's Baltimore.
Yeah, and of course,
Chris actually said he didn't want Elway. He didn't need Elway in Baltimore. So that showed you how long Frank Cushing was going to last in the league.
One more quick Elway story would jump onto something else real fast, but he, of course, wound up, the Broncos wound up taking a guard, offensive guard, remember? I can't remember his name now.
Chris Hinton.
Yeah, Rick Hinton.
Chris Hinton went on to be
pro,
a player
right.
For years
but
and years.
They took him, of course, and then how we came into this picture was, Woody and I were at a basketball game, covered the Nuggets. I guess you were there that night. I believe we were both there. And we got a phone call, and they said there's going to be a press conference at 10 o'clock tonight.
During the playoffs.
Yeah, and we went to before Dove Valley existed, out to the Bronco headquarters, and out comes Elway, and he's now Bronco. You had the feeling that night, truly, I did, and you did, and we wrote this on that front page, the sports page stories we got, that something special is going to happen. You had an even stronger feeling because you talked about Elway, to your credit, a month prior to that, to being a guy you thought was a terrific looking player, and so on and so forth. I was late to the party, but I think we both predicted great things would happen for a franchise that had just been quarterback poor.
1982, the NFL had reached kind of a low point because of the strike, as you well remember.
Mm-hmm.
They played only about 9 games. I think the Broncos were 2-7. And so that year in 1982, and there were a lot of other things going on. The lawsuit with Al Davis. The league wasn't very popular, didn't have a lot of great players. The USFL had come into being and stole a lot of the NFL players. So the NFL was not doing particularly well at that time. It's hard for people to think about that now, but the NFL was not the worldwide power that it is these days. And I had gone during the strike to watch great college players. I'd gone and watched Marino. I'd watched the Pony Express down at SMU, the 2 running backs, Eric Dickerson. I'd gone to see I'd gone to see Georgia game back in those days. Buddy was the sports editor. We actually had a lot of money to spend, and I was spending it. And I went around to college games to see the players. And I came back and I walked into Dan Reeves, who was then coaching the Denver Broncos. I walked into his office and I said, I have seen the future of football. And he said, what are you talking about? He was eating a Subway sandwich at the time. And I said, I just seen John Elway. I'd gone out with Stanford and Washington. And I will always remember he threw a pass straight at a cornerback. And before the cornerback could close his hands, it's like that old trick of what you drop a dollar bill and say to somebody, you could have the dollar if you can clap your hands fast enough to catch it. And when he threw the ball and it went right at the cornerback, I said, that's going to be picked off. And before the cornerback could close his hands, it went through them and ended up in the receiver's hands. And that was just an example. And I told Dan Reeves, I said, I have seen the best quarterback ways. And his response was, well, we can't get him, so it doesn't matter. and so the day that it happened, one of those funny stories, not Woodward and Bernstein, but I'd seen all the president's men that had come out, I guess, several years before that, around that time. And I had a boys coming to the Broncos. And I said, you gotta be crazy. And when we took a news break, and you were somewhere else, but I took a news break, and I called my source at the Denver Broncos, and I read this true story, and I said, can you talk? And the source said, no. And I said, if the Broncos are getting John Elway, hang up the phone. If they're not getting John Elway, say to me, hope you have a nice day. And that was an old Woodward way of talking to sources. And the phone hung up on me, and I went, I wonder what the phone, the person hung up the phone.
What was the signal anyway?
And I thought, well, I'm going to go with the fact that John Elway's coming down.
Yeah.
Well, I went back, and in those, in this day and time, in media, you could go immediately online and report that John Elway was coming to Denver, or you could get it on, some radio talk show, but at the time, newspapers considered talk shows a conflict of interest, and so I did the rest of the show without being able to say, because my main informant was the Denver Post, and you were my boss.
Not really, but that was.
No.
Yeah, I was in charge, but I wasn't your boss.
Title. And so I held off and really had nowhere to tell the story.
Yeah. What did we got about? I got about 4 minutes. I'm going to get 2 things in real quick, and as long as we're keeping it with the Broncos, just real quick. Some people say Terrell Davis was all-time best pick in terms of, the guy for the 6th rounder doing what he did. Unequivocally, in my opinion, you'll remember this. Worst pick, Ted Gregory. Remember that name? Remember that name?
Absolutely. I would say that the Broncos' best pick, may have lower pick, was Shannon Sharp. He ended up in the Hall of Fame and being one of the 2 or 3 best tight ends ever to play the game.
Good point. Yeah.
So I think he was drafted in the 7th round.
Yeah.
Back when they had a bunch more rounds than they have now, but Ted Gregory, I don't even remember where he played. But
Syracuse. I can tell you the story. Remember it well because he was friends with Joe Collier, and they thought he was 6 feet tall or 6'1" or something. He showed up.
6'1".
And he showed up about 5'9" or something when he got there, and I looked at what? They were stunned. Remember that?
Yeah. What's funny, and I know you don't have limited time, but now they do so much background checks, and they go in and test protesting in Florida and every other place. And back then they didn't really do it. And he showed up for mini camp or for photos after the draft, and Denver said, I was 6'1", and he said, I'm 6'1", and I walked up to him and I looked down at him and I thought, we're in trouble.
Yeah, it was amazing. So anyway, it's draft day in Denver, and the Broncos, the Nuggets are still in the playoffs. So talk about this Nuggets team a little bit. They won everything at home except they finally got beat the other night. What about this team? I know you kind of like them. They're kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, I would say to people who are watching the NBA series, plural, that most of them are very good. I agree with Charles Barkley. This is not a very good year, but they're better. There's 2 or 3 series that are good, and one of them is developing is the Golden State Warriors against Denver Nuggets, and the Nuggets have a real team without a superstar, and the Golden State Warriors do have a player I consider to be a superstar, best pure shooter I've seen since Steph Ellis, who was in the league for a long time, played in Tennessee. Steph Murray is just a great he's just a great shooter, and he just shot lights out the other night. So their other players, and they beat the Nuggets at home, and that series is probably going to go 7 games, and it could go either way.
Without David Lee, they beat them.
Yeah, that was what was interesting, and the Nuggets have a very, very nice young player, Kenneth Faried, but he had a twisted ankle, and I wrote at halftime of the game the other night that Faried had more points than David Lee did, and David Lee was in a suit. So Faried has got to get his game back together, but I expect the Nuggets over the long haul will win this series, but I think we all know who's going to ultimately win the NBA championship.
Not a mystery there at all. What do you?
He's just wiping out the Miami, the Milwaukee Bucks, and I think it'll continue to happen as they wade through these and
reach him at denverpost.com. You can see him on Around the Horn some days, most days, and good talking to you as always. Would know you got many projects going on. I want to hear more about them when you get into those things. Okay.
Well, it's very nice to have me on. I feel like those guys who used to be on Johnny Carson that would show up about every 6 weeks, and it's always nice.
Yeah. But this week we actually got you on air for a change.
Yeah. But so I ended up eating a pimento cheese sandwich. I had it all on my face when we couldn't connect before. But tell all the people in Ocala, I gotta get back down there. I really like that area and love all the folks I met when I visited.
Come on down. We got room for you.
Okay.
Talk to you soon. Thank you. Have to take care. Woody Page. All right. We'll take a break. Come back. Michael W. Compton going to be in the house. Talk about some big money. OBS is just ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching this week. Michael was out there reporting on it. We'll find out what he says next. Right here on Buddy Sports Page.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Hi, this is Buddy Martin. If you have an award or a trophy in your house, there's more than a good chance it came from BJ Trophies, Gifts, and Awards. At the BJ Trophies, Floyd Hirschberger and his staff have a lot more than just trophies. Among the items they specialize in are donor recognition walls and trees, personalized or engraved gifts, cast bronze dedication plaques, wide format digital printing with posters, banners, and signs, and promotional products. Ford is the official trophy and awards maker for the Voice of Ocala radio show, and is North Central Florida's leader in custom recognition programs, corporate awards, industrial engraving, unique gifts, and advertising specialties. When Angie Lewis went shopping for something to award to the winners of her State Farm Good Neighbor Award, she shopped first at BJ Trophies, Awards, and Gifts. Check them out at 1735 Northeast Jacksonville Road on North Magnolia's Miracle Mile, or call them today at 352-732-2249. BJ Trophies, Awards, and Gifts. Trophies is just our middle name. Hi, this is Buddy Martin. I want to tell you about a conversation I had recently with General Manager Pat Murray on the great family atmosphere at Country Club of Ocala.
It's a family first club. Again, we have any number of different types of memberships, but obviously the one that
6644. That's 352-237-6644. Country Club of Ocala. Sponsor of Monday's Gator Report and Gator Talk Thursday right here on the Source.
Stay informed on everything going on in the villages with the Village Spectator newspaper. The Village Spectator is exclusively devoted to villages with news, commentary, and more. And yes, they have Tom Hicks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask is that you tell them where you heard about them. Call Tom's Picks at 804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Village Spectator today.
Now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss, it's Goss and Son Jewelers $1 million diamond and restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event and sale at Goss & Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest-free. Ask for details. Save on Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss & Son Jewelers has been Ocala's jewelry headquarters for 64 years. If you love diamonds, do not miss this event. Goss & Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Son Jewelers downtown on the Ocala Square.
Good credits, bad credits. It's none of our business because we're not an auto dealer. We're not a bank. We're not your mother. We're OcalaForSale.com. Marion County's marketplace for cars, trucks, and SUVs. We've got thousands of sellers standing by to take your call. No middleman. But hurry, don't walk, don't run. Just sit down and log on to ocalaforsale.com. Inventory change day. Offered in a dealer charge. Undercutting runs, proofing factory surcharge or delivery fee. See website for details.
Phoenix Promotion Solutions, your company's supplier of banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Where you give them approved artwork by noon, the next day by 4 p.m., you pick up your banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Phoenix Promotional Solutions.
Promotions, 368-2404.
Touching
back on Buddy's voice page, Caroline. I love that song, JJ. Thanks for doing that. Yeah, it's good. Really good stuff. This guy loves Sweet Caroline, I guarantee. I guarantee you. Michael Compton's smarter than like. No, he likes Caroline. I know he likes it. There's a little there you go. There's love. You can't hear it, but we got the bugle going off for you here on what is Horse Country with Michael W. Compton. Triple Crown Countdown. Hi, Michael.
How's it going today, fellas?
Well, not going as well as it is for those folks out at OBS this week.
Oh,
wow. Gene.
Yeah. What a wonderful horse sale at OBS this week. I mean, incredible. I think the sales officials over there are running out of superlatives. It's been that kind of week.
That 16 million was really a jump. That was probably, I mean, they had, what, 11 million the first day. You told me that was pretty good. I had last year like 3 or 4 million. And then they had this 16 million day yesterday.
I mean, it's just incredible that they had, you know, this sale on it's a 4-day auction this week, Monday through Thursday. It's wrapping up right now. And yesterday they set a record for the sale on the 3rd day of the sale with gross receipts of 38 million, in excess of 38 million. And last year's sale was a record-setting sale in itself over 4 days, and they grossed 33 million last year. So we'll get the final numbers here in the next couple of hours, but this sale far exceeded expectations, and wow, what a boost for the area here.
Is it supply and demand, or just because the horses are so great?
Sure, I think it's a little bit of both. You know, we've talked at length over the last couple of years on your show about the dwindling foal crops over the last few years, and certainly there are fewer opportunities now to get these ready 2-year-olds and to get the kind of horses that can go right out and win for you. So it is that, and also this OBS April sale. A lot of the horsemen I talked to this week, they're comparing this sale to the Keeneland September yearling sale, which is, you know, and that sale in particular highest levels, and this OBS April sale is fast becoming that kind of sale.
What's the top price? I saw one went for 900,000 earlier this week. What's the top price on a Colt?
Yeah, 900,000, and that horse was aptly named Prince Bernardini, and he was sold by Hartman Dorenzo Thoroughbreds here in Ocala. And Florida breds are doing well too. That particular horse was a Kentucky bred, but the Florida breds are really holding their own in this market. A number of them are selling in the $300,000 price range, and even Ocala Stud sold a high cotton colt the other day for $600,000.
Good stuff. And let's shift gears for a second. My gosh, we only got 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, counting down. It's a week from Saturday.
Yeah, so Saturday, May is going to be upon us. Actually, not even 2 weeks. It's, 10 days. So I can't believe the Derby is upon us so quickly. And it's some another has eluded me. I don't know why, but we kind of had that spurt of interest a couple of weeks ago. I guess fewer Derby prep races. It's a little difficult to have much go on, isn't it? Until you have something like that to talk about.
Yeah, this year has been a little different, to be honest, but I'm not so sure how the point system had to do with it. I think the point system definitely did its job. I think you'll have the right 20 horses in the starting gate next Saturday. But I think the big difference this year is there is not one standout horse going into this Derby. And I think if you were to take this collection of 20 horses, they competed in 3 or 4 different races. If you were to run this Derby 3 or 4 times, I almost believe you'd have a different winner every time. Until somebody jumps up and proves that they're the best of this class.
You can't run any rogues in there at the last minute. And now, like some of these people can come along and throw a horse in there and throw a little figure in, but now without the point system, you can't do that, can you?
Right. This is the right collection of 20 horses, and I do believe that the point system works this year. The one thing that it has done is kept fillies out of this race, and you go back to winning colors and some others that have won the Kentucky Derby. That won't happen this year because of the point system. So I would imagine the officials at Churchill Downs will look at that. There's a real nice filly. There's a few real nice fillies running in the Oaks the day before. And Dreaming of Julia is a horse that a lot of people think would make some noise if she were to run in the Kentucky Derby. And this year she can't because of the point system, but she's running as fast as the Colts this year, so a lot of people are real interested to see what she's going to do in the Oaks the day before.
I would like to see him have an entry at large at least, where they could put one on in the end, you know, who would that might be. So
some type of wild card,
yeah,
last minute entry kind of thing. I have a feeling they'll be addressing some of these things, looking at them for next year.
All right, give me your real quick. I know you're busy today with the sale. Give me your 1, 2, 3 right now with the Derby. Who you like? You know, not in order, but the 3 you like the best right now.
Right. I still look at, you know, we talked about this horse a lot, and he has yet to win a stakes race, which would be odd, and I'd have to go back in the history books and see if it's even happened. The horse went in his first stake in the Kentucky Derby, but I was a fan of Normandy Invasion last year as a 2-year-old. He got close to Verrazano win the Wood Memorial last time. I still like Verrazano. A lot of people question his pedigree and whether or not he can get a mile and a quarter, but he's won all 4 of his races, and he's done it a couple of those in workman-like fashion, so he hasn't blown people away. But I have a feeling he's going to see the lead at the top of the stretch, and I think they're going to have him to catch for sure. And I don't believe you can throw out or Golden Sense or Revolutionary. And of course, I'm a bit of a homer as well, so if it's my lucky day where to jump up and do well, I like that a little bit too.
Not hearing Golden Sense being mentioned at all.
No, I mentioned Golden Sense in there. I think he's one of them. Definitely.
A lot of racing yet to be done, a lot of workouts, and I know you're busy. Thanks for taking the time with us, Michael. You can check him out at michaelwcompton.com. And we'll talk to you next Thursday on Triple Crown Countdown. It should be exciting.
Yeah, you got it. Always a pleasure, you guys.
Thanks, Michael. All right. We'll take a break now. Come back. We'll catch up with Franz Beard. Also, want you to go over some of the players in the camp. Tom, Mr. Golf. What do you think we should talk about that? We'll do that next right here on Buddy's Sports page.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Request bank approval. Vehicle purchase process effective straight allowance.
So, whoosh, that's the sound of my room working overtime, because this month I'm sleeping in the streets of Ocala to rid the city of old clunkers so you can drive a nicer, newer car today.
Hey, this is Chris Spears from Prestige Auto Sales. Right now, I'll give you a lot more over your appraised value for your old car. Even if you're still making payments, even the worst clunkers qualify, and nice cars too. So trade it up to a clean car today.
Plus, my sweeping is keeping the bankers from sleeping, because my For the People credit approval
your newer car today. Get a lot more appraised value for your old car.
Even if you're still making payments straight up to clean up today.
Hurry! Once I get rid of 57 cars, this auto makeover is over. I'm Chris Spears, and I'm a dealer for the people. Visit me at Prestige Auto Sales in Ocala or Bellevue.
Or 694 1234. See your Prestige.
Hi, this is Lisa Midget, owner of Kinetic Motion Fitness here in Ocala, Florida. A lot of you have experienced our great classes in personal and small group training. Did you know we now offer dynamic workouts on DVD? These high-quality, locally produced, effective DVD workouts can go where you go. Going on vacation? No problem. We can go with you. Friends and relatives out of town who are jealous that you get to come to KMF? No problem. We ship anywhere in the United States for free. Our great lineup of 4 DVDs includes Kinetic Achieve, Kinetic Couples, Kinetic Core, and Kinetic Campus. 4 great workouts for the entire family on DVD. Sound interesting? Check them out on our website at kmfocala.com. While you're there, check out our class schedule and come see us. We're only 5 minutes from downtown across the Skylark Plaza. Visit kmfocala.com and like us on Facebook. KMF will get you results at our studio or at home with one of our DVDs. Kinetic Motion Fitness. We're ready when you are. Visit kmfocala.com for information.
Call me crazy. Some people say insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a result. I think insanity is 1,000 single-sided, full-color business cards for $15, or packing service for 50% off. Crazy. Green City Printing on the corner of Northeast 25th Avenue and 24th Street, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. Look for the yellow signs.
If there's one diamond event all year long you don't want to miss, it's Goss and Son Jewelers $1 million diamond and restyle event and sale for 3 days only. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. each day. The Diamond and Restyle event sale at Goss and Son Jewelers will feature a special selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Princess, round, marquise, and radiant cuts. Plus 12 months interest free. Ask for details. Save on to Corey and Scott Sterling. Goss and Son Jewelers has been Ocala's jewelry headquarters Diamonds. Do not miss this event. Goss and Son Jewelers Diamond and Restyle event and sale. Thursday, April 25th, Friday, April 26th, and Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And of course, it's only happening at one place.
Goss and Son Jewelers downtown on the Ocala Square.
Stay informed on everything going on in the villages with the Village Spectator newspaper. The Village Spectator is exclusively devoted to the villages with news, commentary, and more. And yes, they have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask is that you tell them where you heard about them. Call Tom's Picks at 804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Village Spectator today. Now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
We're back on the Voice of Ocala Buddy Sports page real quick before we get to Fran's Beard. The 2013 Henry Camp, the 62nd version of the Henry Camp tournament, starts tomorrow, buddy. Joe Alfieri, he was last year's champ. He's one of 4 golfers to win this 4 times. If he wins this year, he could be the first golfer to win it 5 times. Joe Alfieri, every time he's entered this tournament, has won this tournament. So it's Tyler Hawk and Kelly Goss or somebody to look forward to. Steve Albright and Daniel Owen passed to Marion County
mentioned in some of the early stories about
not mentioned, but they're the last 2 Marion County golfers a year. 104 player field, buddy. And if you really want to go watch a good couple good foursomes, threesomes actually. 1201 tee time, defending champ Joe Alfieri tees off with Joel Durant and reigning Marion County golfer of the year Steve Albright. And at 12:10, Mike Sanderson, Tyler Hawk, and the Straw at 12:10. So that's 2 very good groups to go watch off. Plus, there's a lot of names in here, like you said, that are 3rd and 4th generation of Ocalans that are playing in this golf tournament. The Henry N Camp 62nd Invitational Henry N Camp Invitational. Tees off tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's one of the best. AM tomorrow, I believe, isn't it?
No.
AM was today.
AM was today.
Okay. I talked to Steve just this week earlier, and he likes the way he's hitting the ball enough for me. And I think you'll see him near the top of the leaderboard, in my opinion. Unless he just can't putt or something.
But remember, Joe Alfieri's entered the tournament 4 times and won the tournament 4 times.
Can't deny that for sure. So, all right, let's go down. We talked about the draft from the professional standpoint. Let's talk about it from the standpoint of college and from the standpoint of University of Florida and what they're going to do. And I noticed that Robbie Andrews' story today talked about Florida returning to the prominence in the draft. They've been out they didn't have that many last year. Obviously, it was an off year for the Gators, but this year they've got a few. And of course, all the talk is about Sharif Floyd, who is a terrific college football player. In my opinion, perhaps a bit overrated in this draft. But another guy I watched him play a lot was Franz Beard, and he might convince me otherwise. Franz, I think he's the best player, the best defensive player in the class, and when you compare him to the greatest defensive lineman of all time, which is where you have to talk about him, because if he's going to be drafted 3rd overall, he's got to go in there with the greats, the Reggie Whites, the Deacon Jones, and Alan Pages, and all those guys. Is he that good?
Well, we're going to find out, because in college he was always double teamed in the NFL, with all the blitz packages. They're going to have to find out, we're going to find out how he does with the one-on-one situation. If he's a great one-on-one player, yes, he's going to be that good. But that's the thing we don't know. That's the unknown factor when it comes to Sharif Floyd.
Well, in my opinion, he never quite reached his full potential in Florida. But that may not be necessarily his fault. He certainly is a physical specimen, and he's strong and he's quick. I seem to remember him a lot of games having to be almost dragged off the field. I don't know if it's because he was so beat up, because he was double team, or he just didn't have any juice left, or what. But he often had to be helped off the field, and I wonder if he can sustain that beating you get in the NFL and be that effective. I'm not meaning to downplay the young man. It's just I'm wondering whether or not he is as good as they're saying he is.
Well, those are legitimate questions, and of course that's what makes the draft such a crapshoot. Is you don't know what's going to happen until you actually see them out on the field, because because of the way they run blitz packages, and this, because these guys are you can't afford to take the blocker out of the scheme because he's going to be needed to pick somebody else up. So we're going to find out about him. I think everybody's enamored with his speed that he brings to it, his quickness off the ball. He does have a great first step off the football. But again, we're going to see his production in college wasn't that great. That's just the reality that we got to look at. Is his production wasn't that great.
Now, the one person getting a little buzz is a local kid from Allen, Lorente McCray, who had spurts this past year. Finally, he had some flashes of brilliance, and he's being projected as like the 14th outside linebacker in the class. But some people think he might go in the middle of the middle rounds. He's the kind of guy that when he's got the body, he's got the speed, he may turn out being a better pro than he was in college.
Well, the big question that is with him is about the injuries, and that's why most people have had him listed as a fifth round or after guy. And talking last night with Ephesians Bartley, who was a great Gator linebacker in his day, Ephesians Bartley tells me that Lorente, given the right situation, and for him, and the way he believes that the right situation is a 3-4 team, he says he can be an outstanding guy in the NFL. He doesn't think he's a fourth. He doesn't think he can play a 3 that well, but he does think that if he gets drafted by a 3-4 team, that he's going to have a very nice and prosperous NFL career.
Jordan Reed, interesting guy. Maybe needed to stay another year. I got about 30 seconds. You think he'll be a guy who can make the league?
I can make the league, and he's another guy that's going to have to get in the right situation. He's going to have to be a slot receiver, not a traditional tight end by any stretch of the imagination. And quite frankly, if he goes to a team that requires him to be a hands on the ground, coming out of a stance, tight end, I think he's not going to be very successful. But if he's with a team that runs a little bit of a spread, can flex him, can move him in motion, can put him in motion, do some things like that, I think he can be very, very successful. He certainly has the athleticism. athleticism to make it